children dying? What about the children crying?
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying?
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tags say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying?
From our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked, while we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. But stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna spit it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, That you're gonna free your mind tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight. If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home.
Everybody here, yeah.
Check. They don't know.
But I'm gonna make it right tonight.
They don't lie. But I'm gonna spit it like I know.
They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie. That I'm gonna feel mine tonight.
They don't know.
That I'm gonna
They don't like it.
They don't lie. But I'm gonna spit it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie. That I'm gonna feel mine tonight.
Oh my goodness. I love this song. All right, y'all, let's get it going. It is Tuesday, the 23rd, June, 08:38 Central European Time. That makes it 2:38 in the morning, Eastern Standard Time, USA. That makes it about what would that be? 11, something like that, Pacific Time, right? 11:30 Pacific Time, America. Peace up, everybody. What's up? What's going on? Wow. Father's Day was good. Juneteenth was good. Life is good, you know. Life is good. Life is good for a bro. I had a nice time the last couple of days. I mean, back to work again. And but that's also a blessing. I love my job, you know. I love my job. I'm one of the few people that I don't know how many people. Put a 1 in the chat if you love your job too. I love my job. Yeah, you know. But wow, you know, things are still, though, although people love their jobs, and although Juneteenth was great, Juneteenth was a blast, though. I mean, don't get me wrong. I didn't even know it was something going on for Juneteenth here. I actually showed up at my homeboys at his brother's cocktail bar, Dexter and shit. And it just happened to be some people there, other Americans doing a Juneteenth thing there. You know, just a small one, impromptu, come through, you know what I mean? And I just happened to show up because I was like on the midnight stroll. I was like, fuck this, it's warm. Let me go get a cocktail, right? And yeah, and so people was holding that down there. So that was nice. It was a few Americans there, maybe a good group, maybe something like 10, something like that, other Afro-Americans down there. So big up to all the Afro-Americans in Denmark, number one, and also in the Copenhagen area. You know what I mean? Every once in a while, people get together. You know what I'm saying? And Juneteenth is a nice thing to do. But in the U.S., it was off the chain. In the U.S., Juneteenth was off the chain. People were fucking running, going ballistic. And you know what? It's your country. Go ballistic. Yeah, go crazy. Actually, stop. You should. You know what? I would have loved to see this. Let me find this. I don't know where it is. Is it here on my page? Oh, it slipped out of here. But in any case, take that Juneteenth action and, you know, that party action, and then all of a sudden, you know, just go ballistic on ICE. How about that? Because, yeah, people, when they get together, that's the whole point of gathering and partying, showing your numbers, showing that you are still there, showing that, yeah, you want to call people a threat. Well, people are here. You know what I'm saying? And people know how to stomp on your ass if they want to. So beware. Freedom Town. You know what I'm saying? Americans are free people. We're not to stand down against tyranny, a tyrannous government. That's illegal according to the Constitution. That's illegal according to who? Madison, right? Madison wrote a lot about that. That's why we have the Second Amendment. You know, the right to bear arms in case you get a tyrannous government. And the founding fathers wrote about this. They didn't just say, hey, here you go, put in the article, put in Second Amendment. No, they didn't just say that. They talked about, even before the Bill of Rights, they had healthy, lengthy discussions and documented it. You see what I mean? They have writings about it. And so the founding fathers that wrote about gun rights, they wrote about why you have gun rights. And a treasonous, tyrannous government is one of the reasons, because the founding fathers just got loose from a tyrannous king. So they didn't want to live through that again. So you have that in the Bill of Rights. And the people that don't want the Bill of Rights, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, damn, you're not even American if you don't want the Bill of Rights. Like, you don't even understand constitutional law. But in any case, Juneteenth was hot. That's one of your First Amendment rights. That's not the second. That's your First Amendment right. Right to gather, right to you know, speak your mind. And Juneteenth is one of those things. Yeah. Now, on to the news. I'm sorry about that. On to the news. There's a lot of exciting stuff, but first we're going to get to the Cookedy Coup, which is Kristi Noem's Cookedy Coup ass. She's kooky, and they're just finding out now. I mean, you could look at her and look at how she talks. You could know something is wrong with this lady. This lady has been brainwashed, yo. Like, and it turns out she's brainwashed by a damn guru. Straight up. Listen to how she talks. There's nothing. Her real personality is bottled up inside of there. It can't get out. It can't escape. This is like looking at Get Out, the movie. Watching Kristi Noem is literally like watching the movie Get Out, except she's not a black man, right? That she could never be. But I had another interesting thought listening to her speak. Is Kristi Noem a man? Let me borrow one from MAGA. Is she a man? Is Kristi Noem a man? Yeah. I'm going to start wondering about all the MAGA women now, since the MAGA people want to wonder about Michelle Obama. Is Kristi Noem a man? Is Melania a man? Just think about it. Look at that. She seems kind of manly, and she got a deep ass voice when you hear her talk. We will examine that also. So let's get this party on the road. Let's go. Let's see here. Where is it at?
Report investigating now former Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard's ties to a religious sect.
I'm saying Kristi Noem. I'm sorry. It's Tulsi Gabbard, my dumb ass. I'm sorry. It's Tulsi Gabbard. They all look alike. I don't know.
Raising questions about whether a spiritual guru had extraordinary influence over her policymaking, her politics, and virtually every move she made on camera for years. Washington Post investigative reporter John Swain obtained hundreds of confidential memos detailing guidance allegedly sent to Gabbard from 2011 to 2017, including when she was in Congress. Evidence, Swain says, points to the memos coming from a man named Chris Butler, head of a breakaway sect of the Hare Krishna group, someone Gabbard has called her guru.
In other words, a madman. A madman. I mean, I'm sorry. I like people that meditate. Do your thing. That's a great thing to do. Meditation, yoga, great thing to do. Religious sect, probably not. No, probably not. I would think that's not on my bucket list. But look at her. Look, she got a man controlling her brain, yo. She has a man controlling her brain. I mean, look at him. Look at his face. He looks confused too, like, huh? But that kind of shows you the nature of controlling people. They don't have to be really clever or knowledgeable about a lot, but clever at manipulating people, they might have something there. This guy obviously knows how to manipulate people because he damn sure. I mean, I'm not trying to diss people's shit, but listen, man, I'm sorry. We're all equal. We're all equal. We're all equal. And sometimes this kind of religious stuff, this pseudo, these people are allowed to get out of the world of fact, you know. Too often, you know. But in any case, let's hear some more.
The Washington Post compared Gabbard's remarks in 32 TV interviews between 2014 and 2016 with talking points allegedly sent to her, and found that on
namaste everybody.
24 occasions, Gabbard used language sent to her in those memos almost verbatim. Other times, Gabbard used different words, but promoted basically the exact same ideas. A chief of staff for Gabbard told the Post in part, quote, "The attacks on Director Gabbard's faith and loyalty are not only false, they are a blatant example."
She don't believe in the First Amendment anyway. They don't believe in the First Amendment. They working for she works for a regime that doesn't believe in the First Amendment. It's that simple. They don't believe in it. They only believe in it when it's for them. When it's for them. And on top of that, look, your religion, it speaks for your religion because they got your crazy ass in it. Like, what the fuck? That would be like trying to say you can't talk about nobody's religion. But Trump's a member. Trump's the founding member. Trump is the priest of the Cookedy Coos, and you can't talk about them all of a sudden. It's like, nah. I'm sorry. This speaks for the Hare Krishnas. The Hare Krishnas is going to have to take an L on this one. This is they're recruiting people like her. They brainwashed her. She talked exactly like JD Vance. Her and JD Vance must have went to the same brainwash camp to just sit there and kiss Trump ass. Man, this is crazy.
Anti-Hindu bigotry and a PR.
Anti-Hindu bigotry. I wouldn't take it that deep. No, I wouldn't take it that deep. But yeah. Okay.
Firm connected to the religious sect also told the Post, quote, "Hindu-phobia, anti-Hindu religious bigotry. That's all this is. When a Hindu public figure."
How is she connected to the dude then? How is she connected to this dude?
17.
Tulsi Gabbard, her guru, and the mysterious messages that helped her shape her political career. Damn. Okay.
Including when she was in Congress. Evidence, Swain says, points to the memos coming from a man named Chris Butler, head of a breakaway sect of the Hare Krishna group, someone Gabbard has called her guru. The Washington Post compared Gabbard's remarks in 32 TV interviews between 2014 and 2016 with talking points allegedly sent to her, and found that on 24 occasions, Gabbard used language sent to her in those memos almost verbatim.
So she was a SET member in 2014, and now she changed her views and became a orange turd follower. What the fuck? That's not many years ago, right?
Times Gabbard used different words, but promoted basically the exact same ideas. A chief of staff for Gabbard told the Post in part, quote, "The attacks on Director Gabbard's faith and loyalty are not only false, they are a blatant example of anti-Hindu bigotry." And a PR firm connected to the religious sect also told the Post, quote, "Hindu-phobia, anti-Hindu religious bigotry, that's all this is. When a Hindu public figure has a spiritual teacher or shares views with a Hindu religious figure, that alone is somehow evidence of sinister control."
I'm sorry, because I don't know anything about Hinduism, but are Hare Krishnas Hindus? Are they Hindus? Are they Hindus? I didn't think Hare Krishnas were Hindus. Are they Hindus? Let me pull this up real quick and see here. Let me see. 2 seconds. Are Hare Krishnas Hindu? I don't think they are. I didn't know that. But damn, maybe they are. Damn, they are. They are. I had no clue. I thought they was something else. Yes, Hare Krishnas are Hindus. Specifically, they belong to a branch of Hinduism known as Gaudiya Vaishnavism, which originates from the 16th century devotional movement in Bengal, India. Okay, well, Hindu or not, you guys recruited Tulsi Gabbard, and she's a nut. Okay, so that speak. If you want to claim her, that's only speaking for you. You know, yeah.
Let's bring in Washington Post investigative reporter John Swain. It's good to see you. What an incredible piece here. But I want to back up for a moment. How did you get a hold of that trove of confidential memos and end up tracking down this story?
Back when Tulsi Gabbard was nominated by President Trump to be Director of National Intelligence in November 2024, I was looking into Tulsi Gabbard and her relationship with her guru, trying to find out this question, this issue of how much influence did he have on her. And at the time, I kind of struck out. I didn't get anywhere. And someone I spoke with at the time, who's in the same religious group, the Science of Identity Foundation, reached back out months later. And through our conversations, it led to her checking an old email inbox. And in that inbox, remarkably, were hundreds of memos that she and others around the guru had received during Tulsi Gabbard's time in Congress. And they contained what appeared to be firm directives, guidance, advice, sometimes verging on orders for things that Tulsi Gabbard should do or say.
John, you know, a lot of members of Congress, they have ties to influential pastors around the United States.
What? Orders? You mean orders for things she should say? And she sounds exactly like that right now. When she talks from her, whatever her post is now, she sounds like she has been brainwashed. I mean, straight up. She's like a Manchurian. Christy Gabbard, or whatever the fuck. What's her name? Tulsi Gabbard. What the fuck? Tulsi. Damn. All right. Tulsi Gabbard, she speaks like a Manchurian.
Back out months later, and through our conversations, it led to her checking an old email inbox. And in that inbox, remarkably, were hundreds of memos that she and others around the guru had received during Tulsi Gabbard's time in Congress. And they contained what appeared to be firm directives, guidance, advice, sometimes verging on orders for things that Tulsi Gabbard should do or say. It appeared to be firm directives, guidance, advice, sometimes verging on orders for things that Tulsi Gabbard should do or say. The firm directives, guidance, advice, sometimes verging on orders for things that Tulsi Gabbard should do or say.
John, you know, a lot of members of Congress, they have ties to influential pastors around the United States, some of whom are very controversial themselves. So what did you find in this reporting that struck you as different or wholly unusual when you think about the relationships that a lot of politicians have with religious figures around the United States?
Sure. And of course, you know, members of Congress have rabbis and priests and imams. And Tulsi Gabbard herself had said that her relationship with her guru was just like that. It was a spiritual relationship. He was her spiritual teacher. She was asked back in 2019 directly, did he ever politically mentor her? And she was emphatic. She said, no. What we found in these documents, however, is that in addition to spiritual advice and advice about her faith, Gabbard was receiving extensive, detailed directives for what legislation to propose, what to say in press releases, what to say in TV interviews, as you highlighted. And I think it's pretty clear that receiving extensive, detailed directives for what legislation to propose, what to say in press releases, what to say in TV interviews, as you highlighted. And I think it's pretty clear that that kind of relationship, that kind of advice and directives and guidance far exceeds the regular relationship that a member of Congress.
Oh, damn. So basically she is a Manchurian, you know. She takes orders from someone else. And the crazy thing is that, You don't know if the person who's giving her the orders is the individual where the orders originates from. It could be someone else giving orders to a person that is now giving orders to Christy Gabbard or Tulsi Gabbard. I'm sorry, I keep confusing these two. In any case, they both have dark hair, but it appears that this lady is actually being told what to do. But if you examine her speech, right, you would, in my mind, that tells me a lot. Like, how she speaks seems unauthentic, seems very scripted every single time. She doesn't seem like she's, how can I say this, being honest at all, right? She seems like she is literally giving out a script, speaking a script out every time she speaks to Congress. But and we're going to examine that in a second, but let's listen to some more. Let's see here.
Religious leader, where we're not going anywhere near the details of Director Gabbard's Hindu faith. We're not talking about the theology involved here. The claims of Hindu phobia sort of miss the point, I think, which is that this is about political guidance and directives.
Exactly. I don't give a damn what religion she is. This is like, I mean, plenty of religious people have kooky asses. You know what I'm saying? But you have to point the kooky shit out. You have to point it out. It's like, and if these people, religions, want to claim her, like her religion has something to do with the criticism, this is politics. Your religion ain't got nothing to do with it. This is politics. Taxpayers are allowed and citizens are allowed to criticize anyone they want for a legitimate reason. So people have talked about her plenty of times. I mean, actually, she was even called an agent for Russia by Hillary Clinton. Right. So, in any case, or she didn't say that verbatim. She said that's Russia's gal, or that's something like that. She made some reference to Russia when speaking about her. But let's go
on what she should propose in the House, what she should say in public statements. And, members of Congress are on committees that deal with very important things. And this level of advice and guidance is pretty extraordinary.
For anyone who hasn't had the chance to read the piece, I want to read an example that you cite from 2014. A memo says, important to do, must tweet around 9 a.m. It contained a pre-written tweet with a link to a video on the plight of Kurdish fighters in a Syrian city, which was under siege by the Islamic State extremist group. Then came this tweet from Gabbard carrying out a wish list. In another 2014 example, a memo contains policy instructions that warn to avoid delays in medical treatment. Veterans should be able to get care at any hospital and be reimbursed by Veterans Affairs, and they should be able to do so without first obtaining government approval. Actually put forward legislation, get it done, the speaker said. It is highly, highly unusual. I mean, you have other instances, too, where there's advice about things to say in television hits, and then you're able to find the exact moments where she's gone on a network, like on with Wolf Blitzer at CNN, and says almost exactly what she has been told to say. When you've spoken to experts, and as you did all this work for the story, what kind of questions does this raise for you? A lot of this material comes from when she was serving in Congress, but of course, she was just the nation's top spy chief. What are the implications of that?
She was, and I should say,
it's all coming out now. It is all coming out. This administration, they're going to fall hard. And I think Americans are going to be very vengeful and seek, definite punishment for treason. And I don't think she's the only one, but this is obviously a blatant. I mean, don't get me wrong. Plenty of people suspected that that's what she was going to do anyway. So it's not like the people in power, the people that were already in the CIA, already in the military, already in the FBI, didn't know, or Homeland Security didn't know or didn't suspect. Most people suspect. The rank and file suspect her. I mean, when you take a job like that, at the end of the day, all you're doing is being watched 24/7, right? Because the rank and file is not going to just do. And you see that with the FBI. Kash Patel he's AI. He doesn't want to be watched. His drunk ass doesn't want to be watched. You got to understand, when Kash Patel goes to work, he's being watched the whole time. You know, same thing with Tulsi Gabbard being watched by career professionals. She's not a career professional. You see what I'm saying? So you can try to fake the American people out on a TV screen, but you're not going to fake out the rank and file that you have to sit with every single day. And now it's finally coming out what her real objective is.
Tweet with a link to a video on the plight of Kurdish fighters in a Syrian city, which was under siege by the Islamic State extremist group. Then came this tweet from Gabbard carrying out a wish list. In another 2014 example, a memo contains policy instructions that warn to avoid delays in medical treatment. Veterans should be able to get care at any hospital and be reimbursed by Veterans Affairs, and they should be able to do so without first obtaining government approval. Actually put forward legislation, get it done, the speaker.
Hey, somebody in the chat said, y'all throw around the word treason like it's the medieval times. Who the hell is y'all? This is not, the program is not y'all. It's not run by y'all. It's run by me. I'm an individual. Okay. You don't know me. So step your ass up if you want to get to know me, right? If you're even a real person, which I doubt you are, but, troll, prove me wrong. Troll panel. Come on. Troll link. Here we go. Hit the link, troll.
Speaker said.
You sound like a troll. Y'all be sounding like trolls down there in the chat.
It is highly, highly unusual. I mean, you have other instances, too, where there's advice about things to say and television hits, and then you're able to find the exact moments where she's gone on a network, like on with Wolf Blitzer at CNN, and says almost exactly what she has been told to say. When you've spoken to experts, and as you did all this work for the story, what kind of questions does this raise for you? A lot of this material comes from when she was
everything that goes up must come down. I mean, I'm going to enjoy the shit. I'm going to enjoy this. I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to watch Jerry, what do they call it? The walls of Jericho tumble down. I'm going to watch, what's his name? What the fuck? What's the damn story about the egg that fell down off the wall and shit? Trumpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Trumpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't keep Tulsi up again. You know, they couldn't put her pieces back again. She's going to fall and not get up. And I'm going to enjoy it. Why? Because she's phony. She takes taxpayer money and she is phony as hell. Okay. Do you know how whack that is? You're not supposed to have a job that get money, get paid for something you're no good at. You're not supposed to get paid for something you ain't got any fucking business doing. That would be like just throwing me on the airplane one day to fly the plane and I just get paid. I say, fuck it. They're going to pay me. I'll do it. Never flown a plane before at all. Fuck it. You pay me enough. I'll do it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it got passengers with me. Everybody's life is in danger. That's the ride you're on with Tulsi Gabbard. You know, she got no business being paid by the fucking taxpayers to do a mother effing thing. Okay?
Serving in Congress. But of course, she was just the nation's top spy chief. What are the implications of that?
She was, and I should say, as you point out, these memos with guidance and directives stopped before she left Congress in terms of the ones that I have access to. We don't know if they continued in those years afterward. But there was a second half to this story, which was that followers, devotees of her guru for years ran an initiative to boost Tulsi Gabbard online. They posted comments on social media. They replied to newspaper articles on newspaper websites. And what I was able to find was that side of things, at least, did continue right up to her nomination as DNI through her presidential campaign in 2020. And I found that accounts that were operated by her faith group in the years, a decade ago, were continuing to tweet in her favor in support of her when she stepped down as DNI just in these recent weeks. So it really indicates that there is this ongoing relationship to some extent between Tulsi Gabbard and the faith group. The question of whether the guru was giving advice in more recent years remains open. And, I'd love to be able to look into that. I don't have access to documents.
So she's stepping down. She's going to take whatever her secrets are with her. The Trump administration, that's Trump's MO, give out secrets, take top security, secret information, top secret information, bring it to Mar-a-Lago. The judges cover up for him. He gives the information to international powers to probably, to do something harmful to the United States. And now this is another sick person. She's going to leave, give out more secret information, put our military and our police force, our, security forces, put their lives in danger. That's what she's going to do. And I hope they track her ass down and take care of her too. That's what I hope, because it's treasonous. She's a treasonous, pretty much. I mean, I made my mind up. I don't know. That's my opinion, but I made my mind up. And I think a lot of security people probably agree. They probably agree that it's not, she wasn't, it wasn't a good idea to hire her, and that she's probably leaving with some secrets and going to spread all the juice. She's going to give it all away. She's going to give it to Putin. That's what Hillary Clinton said. Hillary Clinton said that she was basically a Russian op. She didn't say that, but what she said led people to believe that, she mentioned Russia's gal, something like that, to that effect. So she's probably going to leak the information, and it is what it is. She wouldn't be the first to do it, right? Plenty of people have done this before, right? She wouldn't be the first, so we will see. I hope they hunt her ass down. Let's continue. Let's see here.
Or foreign policy decisions. And that was, I left Congress in my last day was January 3rd of 2021.
All right, let me go back a little bit. Here we go. That's Marco Rubio. Okay, now I just wanted to see Megyn Kelly's interview with her, just to review some of it so you could see how she talks. Let's examine how she talks.
Hey everyone, I'm
very scripted.
Megyn Kelly. Welcome to the Megyn Kelly Show. We have a very special program for you this morning, all about Tulsi Gabbard. When I first met Tulsi, she was still a Democrat, and it was early
Her audio sounds horrible. They got a lot of echo in the back.
on in her career. When she first came on this show, we didn't even have audio. We didn't even have video. It was an audio-only podcast.
Do me a favor. Everybody click the like button for me. Do me a favor. Click the like button so more people will find the stream. It helps. That's exactly what works with YouTube. If you want more people to find the screen, find the stream, hit the like button. Appreciate it.
With the birds tweeting in the background from her home state of Hawaii, and the two of us were wondering what our next move was in life. This podcast was fledgling. She had been ostracized by the Democrats and the Democrat Party. And here we are 5 years later, both in very different places. She's now running at the top of 18 intelligence agencies, and I'm down here interviewing her at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. So many did not want her to get this post, because while Hillary Clinton and others accused her of being Putin's puppet, etc., what crushes them about Tulsi Gabbard is she's no one's puppet.
So this was when Megyn Kelly was on Trump's nuts every day. Trump, can I hold your nuts, Big Daddy? Big Cheeto? I mean, that's how she was every day. This lady right here, look at her face. She was excited about Donald Trump right then. Old blob, orange blob. This is her. Of course, she's changed her tune now. Now she's against Trump. Now her reputation has been foiled. So now they got to cook up a new scam to convince people of how, no, anybody could have made that mistake with Trump. No. You elected someone you suspected to be a pedophile. People don't just make that mistake. Okay? That's something wrong with you. People were calling this dude a pedophile and you supported him. Just the fact that folks are out there, real people made claims about this man. A woman made claims. Look, this is, I just have to illustrate this. This is really what it is. This is really what's going on here. And Tulsi Gabbard too. She's the same. Fake ass, right? Fake ass. She's supposed to be a woman.
Donald Trump
Hold
is
on.
deeply.
Sorry about that. She's supposed to be a woman. She's supposed to be a woman. She's doing what women do. She's doing what women do. Women support men that have been accused by another woman, right? Okay. That's interesting. Let me see here. 2 seconds.
Donald Trump.
Yeah, now let me pull this up. Right. Here we go. 2 seconds. All right. Now let me refresh this. Give me 2 seconds. I need to illustrate this. So this is Tulsi Gabbard, and this is who's the lady here?
Intelligence agencies. And
Megyn Kelly, right? She's here. Now, let me pull this one over here. Oh, it's not here. Cookedy coo. Come on. Here we go. Now it will be here. Sorry about that. 2 seconds, y'all.
we're wondering what our next move was in life. This podcast was fledgling. She had been.
All right. So now it's here. Sorry about that. People need to understand that these are women, right? And women have been oppressed in the United States of America. Women could not vote, right? I've said this a million times. I've been saying this for years now. I don't say it because I've said it so goddamn much. I don't say it all the time anymore. I've said it so many times, but the reality is that women couldn't vote when the country was founded, just like just like black people couldn't. Right. Couldn't own property, this kind of stuff, right? Now, yeah. It took many decades, maybe close to 100 years, right? So, women are behind. Women have been subjected to men treating them like a piece of meat. They've been subjected to men making all the rules, telling them what to do, and they just had to say, okay. That was really what's been going on in the United States for a century. And the United States is not the only country that's gone through that. But what makes it different is that when you have a woman that's in power, look at the symbolism. She's a woman in power. She can't. What are you going to do for the Jeffrey Epstein victims? She's the head of goddamn national security. What is she doing about Epstein? What the fuck is she doing about any of the people being blackmailed? Because people are being blackmailed. That's what this is about. What's she doing now? Check this out. Megyn Kelly
was very racist. He said a lot of.
Megyn Kelly. Okay. Should I pull this over? So can y'all see this? Right. Maybe everybody can't see, but you can hear it. Megyn Kelly is a woman. Tulsi Gabbard is a woman. And why can't y'all see this? This is weird. What's going on here? Is it this? I see what's going on here. Sorry about that. Let me fix this. It's me. It's me doing this. It's me making some errors, y'all. Sorry about this. Here it is. Here it is. Oh no, it doesn't work that way. Wow, that's interesting. Sorry about that. Let me fix this real quick for people.
Her career when she.
Here we go.
Donald Trump was very racist. He said a lot of racist things. Like there was a lot of comments towards Mr. Epstein about being Jewish, and called him a Jew bastard. So that he was cheap. And there was some words I didn't even understand. Something about. The shape of his penis, people of Hispanic Hispanic name, they called him spics.
All right, there's more, right? There's more. Let me bring up more. This isn't even the one I wanted to bring up, but let me bring up more here. Let's see here. 2 seconds. Because it has to be illustrated. They can't say that they never heard this woman say this. All they can say is that they didn't know, that it never got settled in a court. They could say that, but they can't say that they didn't hear a woman say this. And I don't know, maybe something wrong with me, but when a woman goes out in front of on camera says all of these things. The lawyer tells people she's getting death threats, right? The lawyer tells people she meant what she said, right? And you're a woman and you see this, if you're a woman that's out for justice, aren't you supposed to kind of not evade the concept that people are calling Trump a rapist, that people have accused Trump? Shouldn't that bother a woman? And you see Tulsi Gabbard, it's just like, no, she went out there and she capped for Trump. Look, but in any case, also Megyn Kelly capped for Trump.
Everything that I say at this interview will be the truth. I met Donald Trump at some parties I attend that I was working for Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. There was about 3 or 4 times that I had encounters with Donald Trump. I was 13. The first time that I met Donald Trump was at a party at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion. There was an orgy going on, and he was kind of watching off in the distance. And he basically asked if I could come over and give him a hand job. And at first, I wasn't very comfortable with it. This was like my first party, and I didn't think that was my responsibility. But my recruiter told me that I needed to.
All right, so she is 14 years old at this time. 14 years old, according to her, right? So these people, these people here, Megyn Kelly, Tulsi Gabbard, they all know that this woman has come out and made this deposition. They all know that. Now, they haven't called her a liar either. You see what I mean? But when was the last time you've seen the media even ask them about it? You see what I mean? That's what I find really, really strange. And this woman, think about this. When was the last time you've heard her speak about it? Even Megyn Kelly. I don't know. Refresh my memory, but I've never heard Megyn Kelly talking about this. But in any case, let's move on. I just wanted to put that there to illustrate that there's 2 women that work for a man, right? That kiss ass for a man. Well, they don't work directly for him, obviously, right? But they carried the banner for him, knowing that that it's possible that he sexually assaulted a 13 or 14-year-old girl. They know this, and you can't avoid it. You see, they could claim to not know it, but how could you be the damn national security person and not know? What the fuck are you securing? It's part of the Epstein files. You know? In any case,
intelligence community that could have prevented the attack on 9/11 had there been an integration of intelligence, had the CIA been talking to the FBI and all of these different people who had different pieces of information but weren't talking to and sharing that information and intelligence with each other, followed by the intelligence failure of the Iraq War that ultimately led to the creation of this organization. So we're sitting here in the lobby. This is the very first.
So, first question. Here's a question for the chat. Is Kristi Noem a man? Is she a man? Let's ask a MAGA question. Is Kristi Noem a man? Listen to how deep her voice is. And this is what they said about Michelle Obama. Well, is Kristi Noem a man? Is she a man? Is Cass Patel a lady? Look, put a 1 in the chat if you suspect that she's actually a man. Okay?
Interview that's ever been done in this lobby and potentially in this building anywhere. So
I'm honored.
It's a special day. And this is the 20th anniversary of the founding of this organization.
Wow.
Wow.
Your role was created after
What a faker.
9/11.
Yes.
As a result of all that, now you oversee 18 intelligence agencies.
Yes.
Can I just ask you as a practical matter?
She's walking out with all that information to her guru,
You come in,
Putin.
you had a background in intelligence when you were in the House. It's not like you'd never touched it.
I was on the Armed Services and the Foreign Affairs Committee, so it was interesting as a member of Congress there for 8 years on those subject matter committees. I was a customer of intelligence very frequently, some of the highest levels of intelligence, as well as kind of the broader intelligence briefings that we had. And
Look, hold on. Who said this? Yeah, Assad, exactly. Assad 13 official. Damn, 17 admit they are sheep. That's crazy. Yeah, they drink the Kool-Aid, bro. They drink the Kool-Aid straight up. Or yeah, let me know. I'm sorry. Maybe it's not a bro. Let me know. But in any case, Assad, you're right. They drink the Kool-Aid all day. They drink it. Proud of it, too.
So I, at that time, experienced a level of frustration that's common if you were to ask most members of Congress, in that the briefings that we received then, more often than not, were things that we had already read about in the newspaper or seen on the news the night before, and just didn't get much value from it to better inform.
Anyway, that this is just to illustrate that she's the head of all these security agencies, and she just stepped down. She's gone, and they say that it's because she says it's because her husband is sick with a special form of cancer. Nobody's buying it. You know what it is? I'm gonna tell you what it is. These people are fucking scared, and these people are being watched. They're being watched by the rank and file. Kash Patel is pulling his fucking hair out. He's like, why do I have to show up? They're watching me, like straight up. And she's the same now. What's different from her is she can hold the script better than Kash Patel. She can lie to you with a straight face, which should make you wonder, like, has she had some kind of brainwash training? Has she had some kind of spy training? Like, this woman, if there's any, or is it a woman? I don't know. But this person, I should stop saying that, because now I'm starting to wonder. I never heard her call herself a woman. No. But in any case, she could be married to her husband. It doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't have to be a woman. He could be married. He could be married to a man. Anyway, I'm just joking, y'all. I'm just saying, this is MAGA world, though. MAGA like to say that stuff about Michelle Obama. Okay, is this a man? Is she a woman or a man? But in any case, she's leaving with all this information, and she's leaving prematurely because she's scared for her fucking life. She is smart. Smarter than many. She is leaving because her life is on the line. Yo, you there? You there?
I'm here, baby.
Yeah, what's up, man? The lady's gone, man. The lady's gone.
I mean, this is right after she announced that she's gonna throw her hat in the next presidential race. This is not a coincidence at all.
Okay. Well,
Tulsi Gabbard just announced that she's gonna run for president.
What?
Yeah, she's gonna make a run for it. Right?
She better not run as a Democrat. She better not run as a Democrat.
No, she obviously isn't, right? She obviously not.
She's a traitor. Stick with your clan, the maggots. Yeah, let them eat you alive, because they don't like your ass anyway. They hate Hindus. Okay. All right, let's look it up. Yeah.
Well, she announced it not so long. I'm not mistaken. This has to be more recent announcement. And again, this is not a coincidence.
Okay.
By far.
All right, I'm glad you. Oh, okay. She's running for president. Well, she's running for president for the same reason that Trump did, because he's scared for his ass too, to protect his ass.
You know, it has to do with the talking points, right? Like, she's spewing Russian talking points. She more recently came out with an op-ed about how, Fauci is complicit in the release of COVID, right? These are all Russian talking points. These are all, and what's funny is she has connections to other Indian Americans, if you want to call it that, right? So, Dinesh D'Souza, he's another conservative talking point. He got, if I'm not mistaken, he was charged with election interference or illegal, donations, something to that extent, when it came to Trump. And he got pardoned in 2016. He backs Tulsi all the way.
Oh, really?
He's a big Tulsi Gabbard supporter. Yeah.
Okay. Well, check this out.
And a lot of the Indian community, they are conservative, right? Because they come from what you would consider a third world country, and they come here and better their life and assume that everyone else is just lazy.
Well, they're about to find out, because Tulsi Gabbard is not a conservative. She's a nut job, and she's hanging around.
Yes.
Why would you support? There's nothing conservative about MAGA. These are hicks.
No.
They hate you. What the fuck? These people know they too stupid. They don't even know how to spell conservative. What the fuck? What the fuck?
You're right.
You know what I'm saying? It's just like, that ain't an excuse. Listen, any Indian person that thinks Trump and this shit is about conservatism, Indian America, you are dumb as fuck if you think that is about conservatism. Like, wake up. Wake up. They fucking hate you. Like, and you're going to look like a goddamn coon to everyone else that knows that. Like, huh? You fall, and you're not going to trick yourself out of this. You're not going to get around the line in the United States of America. You're not going to get around the fact that there's been generations of racism, motherfuckers. Like, what is this? You think your ass from India, you're going to get around it? You're fooling yourself. There's a serious problem in the United States of America, and shit could happen any day. These people want a fucking race war. You're stupid. You think you're going to fit in with them? Wow. I'm going to tell you, people have had generations and generations and generations, centuries watching, what goes on. You know what I'm saying? Don't ever forget they was going after wetbacks. That's what they were doing in the turn of the century. Going after Italians, going after Jews. You see what I mean? And you're Indian, whew, man, I'm sorry, but if the Italians and the wetbacks are on the menu, you're on the menu too. But in any case, look, it says, I hate to speak so crudely, but hey, man, it's a show and we got to get it up. We got to make it plain. I have to make it plain. That's my job. You don't have to make it plain, Michael, but I have to make it plain just because it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit.
That's why I'm here.
God damn. You know what I'm saying? Like, why do we even have to discuss this? Am I really talking about Indian people think that they're conservative? Think that the MAGA group is conservative? She's thinking about No, it says here she's not planning on running. That's what they say. That's what's reported right here. Who knows? It could be wrong. Tulsi Gabbard is not actively running. She's not actively running. However, her political future is subject of intense speculation due to two major shakeups in her career. Leaving the cabinet, Gabbard just unexpectedly resigned as the Director of National Intelligence, DNI, on June. So look, well then, if she's planning on running for president, then that means she lied, because she said she was stopping down because of her husband's health to spend more time with her family. So running for president, obviously you're not going to do that. But there is a 2028 rumor, because Donald Trump is constitutionally barred from running for a third term. The race for the 2028 Republican nomination is wide open. Even before she stepped down as DNI, media outlets and political analysts heavily floated Gabbard as a top. Yeah, that's true. I know what you mean, because she had political ambitions, right? Yeah, that's not a secret. So yeah, maybe she is, bro. Maybe she is. But I tell you, you got to be crazy. Look, the country is crazy though. They elected Trump, so they would elect her fucking ass. But I just have to say, I'm really questioning people's sanity. Like, this lady, look, let's move on and listen to how she talks. Just listen. Why would you
Before the COVID pandemic,
look at her body language. Look at her body language. This lady is faking you out. She's been taught to come there and speak like this in front of people, no matter what the fucking lie is, bro. Like, this is it. She's like a fucking robot. She's a robot. And think about this. What they said earlier was what? Let me pull this one back up. They said this. They said that she was taking orders. Look at this. Here we go.
With her guru was just like that.
Here we are.
A lot of politicians have with religious figures around the United States.
Sure, and of course, members of Congress have rabbis and priests and imams, and Tulsi Gabbard herself had said that her relationship was nominated by President Trump to be Director of National Intelligence in November 2024. I was looking into Tulsi Gabbard and her relationship with her guru, trying to find out this question, this issue of how much influence did he have on her. And at the time, I kind of struck out. I didn't get anywhere. And someone I spoke with at the time, who's in the same religious group, the Science of Identity Foundation, reached back out months later. And through our conversations, it led to her checking an old email inbox. And in that inbox, remarkably, were hundreds of memos that she and others around the guru had received during Tulsi Gabbard's time in Congress. And they contained what appeared to be firm directives, guidance, advice, sometimes verging on orders for things that Tulsi Gabbard should do or say.
Exactly. And now look at this. Watch this video. Now that you hear that,
before the COVID pandemic,
watch her body language. Watch it very clearly.
Dr. Fauci, as head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, provided millions in U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund dangerous gain-of-function research on bat coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, work which is now widely viewed as the source of the unintentional lab leak that sparked the pandemic. Now, in support of President Trump's maximum transparency mandate, today, on my final day as Director of National Intelligence, I'm releasing never-before-seen communications and documents that expose exactly how Fauci worked with politicized career leadership in the intelligence community.
Look, this is totally scripted, bro. Like, she has been taught to come out. I mean, this is just my view, right? What I'm seeing is a person, and she reminds me a lot of JD Vance. Think about how JD Vance talks. He just says it doesn't have to make any fucking sense whatsoever, but he is just going to look with a straight face and tell you sheep just fell out of the sky. and he would just say it and walk away. This administration, the media has just allowed them to turn in, just become an open smorgasbord of liars, spreading disinformation now it's Tulsi Gabbard. Like, she's literally is she a goddamn scientist? This is Russian talking points right here. This is Russian talking points she's about to spew. And it should concern. I'm very sure. I'm very, very sure that the rank and file in the security apparatus of the United States basically know what it is. And you know something else? I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Michael, let me ask you something. You still there? Okay, maybe he's not here. Maybe he's. I'm here. Yo, I mean, what do you think, man? Do you think this lady stepped down because she was scared? Because when you're saying shit like that, well, this was her last day. Like, why would she leave so fast and then come up with this? This is like one of her last things, right? That she did before she left, right?
Well, I don't think she's scared, right? This is what the admin is doing. They cycle through people, but also as they let them go, they're no longer obligated to the same stature and rules if they were when they were in position. Right. And so this is them getting ready for midterms, right? You don't drop an op-ed about coronavirus and Dr. Fauci if you're not yelling to the MAGA base, which is what she's doing when she does that, right? She's dog whistling to his base.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
These anti-vaxxers, when we all know, and this is public information, Trump was vaccinated and boosted twice.
So they're scared, but not in the way I was thinking. They just is concerned about the midterms. They got to do something about the midterms. All right, I got
you. They're doing everything strategy-wise to try to get some sort of motion in the midterms because they're at least they're going to lose the House of Representatives, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to Senate, questionable, but they will lose the House of Representatives. That's almost a guarantee.
Yeah, they don't look like they're doing too well even in the gerrymandered areas. Right? I mean, you could get rid of some black representatives, but that doesn't guarantee you that people like you. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. And those black representatives, the reason, it's all tied back into that they know that they're not going to get reelected, right? They're not going to get reelected. And the reason why they're not going to be reelected is because of gerrymandering, right? Gerrymandering has destroyed their districts that they ran on. So how are they going to get reelected when they know that their primary base that supports them is no longer available?
And some of these people, they've been thrown into Republican districts, right? Or is that how that works?
I'm sorry, you said what?
I said, and some of these people, when they've been gerrymandered, some of them get thrown into Republican districts, right?
Well, they were always in Republican districts,
Okay.
but especially when it comes to the House of Representatives, right? They'll have no
Okay.
black.
Go ahead. You're breaking up.
They have no.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have no black representation, and so they were appealing to that middle class black family, right? Who runs conservative, right? Who are in the suburbs, right? But also linked to the larger cities that have a black majority, right? So who also tend to lean conservative, right? And
Okay.
so now they won't be represented, right? Their vote and their district won't be represented the way it was prior, right? Now they have ultra conservatives, right? You have your center aisle conservatives and you have your far leaning right conservatives, and that's who are going to take over his district, right?
Yeah.
And so their district, right? So now going forward after this year, the House of Representatives on the Republican side will have no black representation at all. They will have zero.
Yeah,
Zero.
we have zero. Yeah, man,
Right?
that's terrible.
And so when we talk about, racism in America, do we think that the House of Representatives, right, us in a democratic republic where we elect individuals to represent us, hence the House of Representatives has no black representation, is that by design? Because I would like to believe it is, right?
You know what? Yeah, and it is it is by design because that was the goal, to try to limit. So once you have the rules, then people try to figure out how can they use the rules to empower and disempower, right? But check this out.
Yes.
There was remember this whole FBA movement, and their whole thing was about representation and and reparations, right? Which is not FBA. They shouldn't take credit for reparations because African Americans, so many different African Americans have been, it's expected. If you're African American, it's expected. That's not something that's going to go away. That was something we were promised and we didn't get. It's that simple. So it's not going away until we get it. It doesn't matter what kind of African American you are, because that's the history. That's the actual real history. Now, but just politically speaking, these folks, they had a lot of ideas about politics, and they were like, don't support the Dems and, don't do this. And look at this now. Now they're not even going to have any. They were so busy. People like Tariq Nasheed, he was so busy talking about the Black Caucus, dissing the Black Caucus. Now there's not going to be one.
There you go.
And it just kind of shows you how fucking backwards they were. Like, that is so insane to see, they didn't realize what the Black Caucus was doing. It may not be perfect, but the country isn't perfect. The country there's a lot of problems. So, but when you have organization and when there's people organizing and fighting, you need to understand how they're fighting. You don't need to belittle them and just not understand at all what they're doing, because you could regret it. You could have no representation. And now, just a year later, now it could be just no representation. Now, what you going to complain about, Tariq Nasheed? What you going to complain about? Who are the niggas you going to complain about now? Tariq Nasheed?
You hit it right on the head.
Yeah.
Right? And when we speak about the larger conservative movement, right, we now know that their job was to divide foundational blacks, right?
Exactly.
How to the talking
Petty
points
ass
of,
motherfuckers. They stupid.
we're supporting immigrants and we're not supporting black Americans.
And you know what they
as
did?
if-
You know what they did, bro? You know what Trump and them did? See, they spent so much time caping for Trump, kissing Trump's fucking ass, right? You know what Trump did? Trump threw them in with the rest of the immigrants. Oh, fuck you. We don't owe you shit, African Americans. Get out there with the rest of them. Let the immigrants take over. Trump did. Look, Trump did what Tariq Nasheed said the Democrats were doing.
Exactly, but they were always lumped with, because what they don't see is at the end of the day, we're more tied into class than we are ethnicity and race, right? And not knowing that even on a Democratic side, promoting social programs that help the disenfranchised, low income, low middle income, programs that help you buy homes, right? If you're low to low middle income, right? That disproportionately helps black people, period. Whether it helps another race or another group of people is a byproduct of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But on the ultra conservative side, they'll have you believe that disenfranchises you. Right?
Exactly.
They're taking away from you as if they ever gave to you when they didn't. In fact, they've taken away, and now they've taken away your vote and your representation.
No, they tricked
when
them.
It comes to representatives.
Yeah, they trick people because they made it seem like it's supposed to be an African American struggle. Like poverty in the middle class is supposed to be the African American struggle. So when they can frame it that way, then other people just give up their rights too. Fuck it, I'll pay taxes for nothing. I don't want none of that tax dollars. I don't need no goddamn child care. I don't need no benefits from my taxes. I'm not a Negro.
Yeah.
It's like, you are. Yes, you are now. See? Ha ha ha. Now who's the nigga?
And now they're reminded. There you go. Now they're reminded. Right?
Exactly.
These are the same people who want to roll back civil rights. It starts at women's rights, when it comes to, pro-choice.
Yeah.
Or pro-life, right?
Yes.
It starts with that, but it's a segue into larger civil rights, right?
Yes.
Now they take away birthright citizen. Now they take it a step further, right? Who knows how that manifests itself in the furtherance, right?
Yep.
The furtherance could mean, hey, you know what? You do any crime or you're committed any major felonies, we get the right to question your citizenship. And guess who disproportionately gets arrested and convicted of larger felonies?
Exactly.
Right? African Americans and Hispanics, right? So even if you do have generations here, now your citizenship becomes questionable, right? Because that's the larger plan of the ultra conservative, right? That's the quiet part they don't say out loud, which is why they use law and order as a tactic, right?
Right.
You gotta obey the law, because if not, the hammer's gonna come down harder.
Yeah. And then you got people trying to, pretend like the hammer's not going to come down on them because they're good people. They're hard workers.
Yes.
It's like, no, the hammer's going to come down hard on you too because, duh, they don't like you. They're going to find another reason to. I mean, it never amazes me. There's a lot to be said there, obviously. And I'm saying it from my own perspective, obviously, given my own background. I didn't grow up in a city where I had to kiss a whole lot of ass, man. I didn't grow up in a city. I didn't have to kiss nobody's ass to exist. I went to a good school, different kids, different backgrounds, but all pretty much middle class, right? It's pretty okay off, right? In a city where people were ready to do the right thing, all people, you know what I mean? So, yeah. So I didn't really feel like I had to kiss some ass as a person just to fit in, or to kiss some ass like I'm representing my people. No. There's nothing about being African American that says you have to kiss ass to represent your people. There's no kissing ass. It's our fucking country. We don't have to kiss fucking ass. We don't have to jump. We've been here. We belong here. Like, we're not jumping for anybody. We're not trying to prove how good we are. Like, and nobody else should be jumping off with that crazy shit either. You know what I'm saying? It's insane.
No, look,
just do your job. Just be regular. Just be regular, man.
It goes down to even this current administration eliminating the Board of Education, which now allows states to rewrite what Black history looks like. Right? They've taken out a lot of the disenfranchisement part because they don't want it to seem biased towards white Americans. Right? They don't want that truth of disenfranchisement and disadvantage that, America was built on the backs of foundational blacks, if you want to call them that, right?
Right.
And that's that's just a segue into, or just a small insight into the larger picture of the larger conservative movement, right?
Yeah.
And
exactly.
they said, you know what, don't be victims anymore. You guys can't be, and they'll frame it under victimhood.
Yeah.
They'll frame it under victimhood, right?
They'll
deny you the bigger picture of black rights and say, you know what, victimhood, don't do that. Slavery was a long time ago.
Yeah, and when somebody calls the African American, tries to use that psychology against the African American, you're not a victim anymore. Don't play the victim. You should kick them in their nuts, like just flat out, bow. Just let them know. Oh, really? Oh, really? I shouldn't play the victim, huh?
I wish. But instead, a lot of people do. They boil into it, right? They boil into it because they assume that because they're not getting, someone else or some other ethnicity is, and that's the unfortunate part, right? They get bought into that propaganda that
the billionaires play people, bro. They play them all. The billionaires got a card for everybody, and they just play them. They just pull their card and play them, and then you got different people hopping around in different ways just to try to fit into something they will never fit into. That's the whole point. That's what's crazy about it. But this lady, she's trying to fit into it. She's trying her best. She's trying her best, right? And she's going to outdo. Look, if you have the nerve, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I don't think she's running for the president. She might try though, but I don't think it's possible, man. People fucking hate Trump. They hate anybody that has anything to do with him. They
do, and like Tulsi Gabbard is a big grifter, right? She was a Democrat, then moved to the Republican side, and is now spewing talking points, right? She's spewing Russian talking points.
That shit ain't gonna work, bro. Right? People tired of these talking points. Like, people want the shit that they've been losing. People lost their jobs. People are losing their homes. They don't want to hear any more fucking talking points. Like, and I think the people are getting so angry, they're gonna drag some of these people in the street, man. It's going to be worse than Black Hawk Down if they try to go out in front of if they go in front of the American people and try the same gaslighting bullshit, these same games. People are suffering, man. Yo, she might try it, but I just wanted to illustrate this how she looks. Just look at her body language. I've watched her a lot, and it all seems like a script. Here, let me play some more.
To suppress the truth about his actions, the virus's lab leak origins, and his role in directing U.S. funding for this dangerous research.
And look at how the camera pans in. This is some Hollywood ass shit. You see that? Try to make this is directed. This is a directed video. Who the fuck does that? You're just a goddamn government worker. Tell the man, the AV dude, to put the camera still and get off. What the fuck? Turn it on. Let's get this shit going.
High level production.
Yeah,
this is high level production, man.
It's brainwashed.
This is not some shit she decided to do in her home, right? This is is propaganda at its finest.
This is fucking propaganda. And if you buy this shit, you are fucking simple minded. You are simple minded. And look at her. Look at her.
About it?
Yeah, go ahead. Who said that?
The U.S. government said nothing about it. They have not had no public statements, right? They're speaking out against this, right?
Okay.
They have said nothing.
They said
nothing.
They don't know what to say.
Promoting it, right? It dog whistles to his base, right? And they're gonna say, you know what? She's no longer working under the purview of this administration. So, as a free citizen, she's allowed free speech. This is what they're gonna use, right? They won't say. I'm gonna be honest. It fits into their narrative.
I believe she's probably, she's making whatever move she's making, but I don't believe these people, man, anymore. I think they're going to start going at each other. But I hear you though. They're going to definitely recognize what's good about it. But in any case, look at her hands, her body language. So she's trying to exude confidence. She's trying to exude calmness. Like she knows what she's saying. She's, she means what she's saying. But in my mind, it also says fake. I can see the twinkle in her eye. Me, I can see the goddamn twinkle, yo. You ain't gonna get me with this shit.
Look, you're right. It says grifter. It says grifter.
Yep. It says grifter. It says grifter. She couldn't keep the smile in. She knows that she's bullshitting people. She knows it, bro. Like that's in my mind. I should write a
No,
song
she
called "She
definitely
Knows."
does. She does.
That should be a song.
mean,
She
please.
knows. She knows. This is a goddamn grifter, bro. Like, come on, you ain't gonna feel. She's not gonna fool us, man. She's not gonna fool us. I'm from 15 to C. I didn't see it all, man. I didn't see it all. she could, you know. I'm not gonna say anything else. But listen, I don't like this lady. I have to say that now. Now that we saw a little bit of her body language, I just wanted people to see that. Oh, hold on. Watch how the camera. She has a fucking director. She has she has a director of film. Is that what do you call the guy who holds the camera? He's the director of what? They have a term for that. The guy zoomed in. Look, watch
Now,
this.
in support of President Trump's maximum transparency mandate, today, on my final day as Director of National Intelligence, I'm releasing
this low zoom?
never-before-seen communications and documents
That's
that
definitely-
expose
that's
exactly
definitely
how
video
Fauci worked
production,
with
zooming
politicized
in
career
to get a
leadership
moment.
in the intelligence community to suppress the truth.
This has no place. She's not supposed to be. Was this her last day, or did she step down and then say it? You know?
She just recently stepped down. She
But-
stepped down maybe about 2 weeks ago.
Okay, but did she say this before she stepped down or after?
This was after. This is well after. This is
okay.
well after
This is
her
well-
announcement of stepping down.
Okay, so she can do this kind of cornball, like, you know, production,
There you
zoom
go.
in and, you know, make it seem serious. Here, we want you to put your hands together on the table, wear this suit, like here, you know. I'm just saying, me, for myself, like, lady, give me a break. Leave the United States. Just fucking leave. Like, leave. Like, that's my only thoughts on it. Like, I can't stand it. She just gives off grifter vibes. And like, she just, you know, and I'm sorry, man, if you care about your country, this is your tax dollars. This is your tax dollars. This is your family's legacy. You know, like, really, this. I'm sorry. This is really, really bad look for the United States. And it's not about disagreeing with the government. It's about, damn, but do you want to tear your country down at the same time? So a lot of people that disagree with Biden, they were willing to tear down the fucking country. And this is what they did when they elected Trump. They fucking brought in all of these stooges to tear down the fucking country. And you're lucky if you will ever get it back. You're lucky if you will ever get it out of whoever's hands they're going to turn it over to. Like, in any case, she stepped the fuck down. Let's hope she stays out. That's a good thing. Stepping down is good, but let's just hope she stays out. No, don't believe her. Don't let her in again. Just get it over with. But she is going to sell those secrets. That's a definite. Those secrets likely, I don't know for sure. I have to say that. But in my mind, it's a definite that she's going to actually go out and give top secrets over to Russia and anybody else that wants them. Maybe who? Maybe the Krishnas? The Hare Krishnas maybe too?
Kristi Noem is being chased out of Canada by the
Setting up her
Midas
book.
Mighty, by
Her
the
book deal,
Maple.
That's what she's setting up for.
She's setting up her what?
She's setting up for her next book deal. That's what she's setting up for.
Oh, she gonna do it
Tell
too.
her.
Yeah, she's gonna do it too, man. I'm on that shit. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. If you could get the truth out of her, like, anybody think you're gonna get the truth out of Kristi Noem? I mean, Tulsi Gabbard. I'm sorry. Anybody think they're gonna get the truth out of her? I don't think so. I don't think so.
You see, a copper mining company in British Columbia called Nova Red hired Kristi Noem to be on their advisory board. That's when Midas Canada, led by Charlie Angus, started calling out this British Columbia mining company, and your voices are being heard. The Midas Mighty, the Maple Midas, the Midas Touch subscribers and followers across the world are calling out Nova Red for hiring Kristi Noem. Let me show you what Charlie Angus had to say, the leader of Midas Canada. Charlie Angus talks about the fight to kick Kristi Noem out of Canada.
So they don't like her ass either in Canada. And I'm telling you, this is going to be the same pattern. This is how you know it is an attack on the country. This is how you know it. Because every other country sees these people as actually spies. infiltrating the U.S. government. Every other government sees these people as spies, foreign spies that have infiltrated the U.S. government. Yeah, they're Americans, but working with Russians. Like, seriously, largely Russians. You heard about Israel, the Pentagon saying that Israel is running spy operations, espionage operations right now. That's what the Pentagon said just a month ago. You see what I mean? So, like, on a critical level. So I hope Americans consider that. Think about what do your allies think about Kristi Noem. Ask yourself that. Do they trust her? Nope. They don't trust Elon Musk. They don't trust Peter Thiel. Nobody in the Epstein administration is going to get anywhere with any ally. Like, they're all done for. After this was their biggest hit. Conquering the United States government and fooling the American people was the biggest hit you could make on earth anyway. It's downhill from there. So they trying to do it. They would like for it to, they would like their end to be nice, but it's only going to be nice if the American people allow it to be. But my thoughts are, why would you allow it to be? These people are traitors. These people are traitors. Every ally that you have outside of the United States believes these peoples are spies and traitors to the United States. Like, that's what your allies think. So yeah. So let's hear some more.
Out of British Columbia, let's play this clip.
Calling on the Midas Mighty, all of our supporters across Canada and around the world, to work together to organize and take the fight to Kristi Noem and to kick her toxic rear end out of our country.
More from Charlie Angus right here, talking about kicking Kristi Noem out of Canada. Let's play it.
She has no business working for a Canadian copper mining company, and that Canadian copper mining company needs to explain why they think having Kristi Noem working for them is in anybody's interest. So we've been shining a light on them, and the light is starting to break through, and it is starting to have an effect. And we have just begun this fight, because you know what? There's no room for Kristi Noem in Canada. There's no room for a woman like that, Ms. Concentration Camp Guard herself, anywhere except maybe in jail.
Charlie Angus
I'm just telling you, and it's not just Canada. Like, listen, American people, you need help, right? Well, I'm just going to tell you, your allies outside of the United States, they believe these people are spies, Russian spies like Kristi Noem. They believe that this lady is a traitor to the United States of America. You see what I mean? And they're watching very closely. Nobody wants Kristi Noem, Tulsi Gabbard. No, I keep doing that. I'm so sorry. Nobody wants Tulsi Gabbard in the West, right? Nobody wants Elon Musk. Nobody wants Peter Thiel. Nobody wants any of these people that were down with this administration in any way. They're all seen as spies, like straight up, not to be trusted. They don't want their businesses. They don't want nothing. They're about to cut these people off and their kids. They won't even be able to hide money using their kids. Like, seriously, this is what's going on across the Western world. Anybody with this administration is cut off. Watch.
Talks about Kristi Noem's background, the horrors she unleashed in the United States and across the world, and why it was such a horrible decision for Nova Red to bring her on board as a member of their advisory board. Watch what Charlie Angus has to say right here. Let's play it.
Okay, you've got to be some kind of toxic bad to get kicked out of Donald Trump's cabinet. I mean, what really marked Trump 2.0 was that he surrounded himself with the worst, the most depraved, and the biggest dumbasses you could find anywhere. But nobody was more toxic than Kristi Noem. I think she was finally thrown under the bus after the horrific violence in Minneapolis, violence where we saw Renee Good shot and murdered, Alex Preddy beaten on the streets and murdered, and she referred to them as domestic terrorists. This woman, while she was head of Homeland Security, continually gaslighted the American people, saying that the threat of terrorism and violence and El Salvadorian gangs and blah, blah, blah was coming from Canada. the Canadian border. So the idea that a Canadian mining company, Nova Red Mining, based out of Vancouver, has just hired her, that's not going to happen. Not on our watch. So we're going to talk about why she shouldn't be there. We're going to talk about this company, and we're going to talk about the incredible response of taking the fight to them to make them accountable for this decision.
Then Charlie Angus, leader of Midas Canada, by the way, who
Big up to Canada. Yeah, big up to Canada. Yeah. And I'm telling you, don't sleep. Europe is thinking the same thing, and they're doing the same thing. They're just not talking. It's not being, you don't hear it. I have to give Europeans credit. They're not talking about shit. They're doing things. Trump likes to talk. No. So American people need to be aware about that. Just because you don't hear what's going on doesn't mean a whole lot is not going on outside of the United States around Trump. Like straight up. And I'm telling you, these people, they're not welcome. They're being kicked out, just like what Angus is saying regarding Canada. Watch. Nobody wants them.
Whose background is fighting for workers' rights within mining towns and mining communities. That's what Charlie Angus literally did his entire life. And as a member of parliament, he perfectly dissects the press release from this British Columbia mining company, Nova Red, and he explains why one of the most important things when it comes to mining and when we're talking about stakeholders is respecting Indigenous rights. And bringing Kristi Noem aboard is...
That's something Americans have seemed to forgotten about. And thank you to Canada for at least taking the topic up seriously. Listen, as far as Native Americans go, that green, or as natives, let's say indigenous people, right? You notice that the Trump administration, they wanted to buy Greenland. But the honest truth is that Greenlanders have a pretty decent quality of life. I mean, they have internal struggles and things like that. But listen, a lot of people would be envious. A lot of Americans would be envious if they had what Greenlanders have. Well, I'm just saying it, and I know it too. Universal health care, universal education. Think about this. Now, let me ask you a question. Put in the chat. Let me know in the chat where you're from. What town are you in? Let me know. Let me see. V asks for super chats or donations. V isn't very good, Grifter. No, I don't ask. I never ask. Matter of fact, I should ask right now. Can you give me some? No, but I don't. Come on, Anyway, just don't even worry about them. These people. Don't even worry about them. This is funny. And anybody can hop up, by the way. Here's the panel. Here's the panel link. Anyone can hop up on Discord if they want to communicate. Allow me to ask them a question without it being planned so they don't have time to look in their notebook. Yeah. Come on up. There's the panel link. Don't tell me you don't know how to work technology, okay? Or maybe your mama won't let you up. That's probably more like it. Your mama won't let you hop up. All right, I understand. Now, but in any case, everyone outside, they're cutting these people back. And just because it's not on legacy media, the story, and just because people don't telegraph it, shit, they are cutting the Trump and anybody associated with the Trump administration, the Trump cabinet, Elon Musk, any of these people, they're getting cut back. But look, here's the thing. Canada treats natives better. There's always issues with indigenous people everywhere they live. But when you talk about who's treated better, Greenlanders have a way better situation than Native Americans in the United States of America. There's no comparison. Okay. Canada, similar story, much better than inside of the United States of America. Much better, And in fact, Americans in Greenland, they teach. They're being taught. They teach their native. When you go to school in Greenland, it doesn't matter who you are. If you went to school in Greenland and you would be learning in native language. You would be taught in the primary schools and that's native. You would be learning an indigenous language. No. Yeah, maybe the universities are different, but primary and all of that. So they're preserving their language, and the country is interested in that. So the United States, what do we do for our aboriginals, our indigenous people? What do we do? How do we show as Americans that we know that we respect them? How do we show that? Is that even a concern for the average American? A lot of Americans are so fucking stupid and full of shit. They don't even care to know anything about Native American people in their own country, in their own ancestral land. And I talked about this a lot. Frantz Fanon wrote a book called The Wretched of the Earth. He wrote 2 books, Black Skin, White Mask, and then The Wretched of the Earth. I personally like The Wretched of the Earth. But they're both very insightful, right? It's you should read them both if you haven't, right? He's he was a psychotherapist, Frantz Fanon, right? So, and he actually helped a lot of people in war and conflict zones and things like this in the military, people fighting revolution, right? In Algeria, I believe it was, or is it Tunisia? Yeah, in that area. And so yeah, he's a psychoanalyst. So in any case, he wrote a book called The Wretched of the Earth. And I always talk about this. A lot of people focus on what the colonization did to the indigenous people, what it did to African Americans. Yes, that is significant. That is necessary to understand, and understand well, not in a cheap, flimsy way where you just wave it in people's faces, but really break it down and really try to understand the inner workings of it, how it works. Make yourself a subject, immerse yourself in it more, for some time, and then you will understand oppression and what the effects are later, right? Take some time to do it. But the descendants of the colonizer, they have an equally challenging situation. Yeah, because they have to constantly justify their presence to other people. And this is what you see MAGA doing. They do it subconsciously. They're not even aware that they're doing it. But this bad behavior, it's because they feel like, we have to justify being here. That's why they always try to talk about the founding fathers, and they always try to go back to there, and they always try to limit it to only them, and it wasn't meant for you, and all of these kind of kooky things, right? This means deep down inside, you have some identity issue, right? You can't explain why you're here. You feel like you're not good enough because you're not indigenous. And the reason why I say that is because the Europeans that didn't go to the United States of America, they don't feel that way. They're in their ancestral lands. They behave differently. They behave differently. They do. They behave differently. They also speak their native language. Americans, the descendants of the colonizers in the U.S., they don't speak their native language, most of them. They don't. I'm just saying, And they fabricate shit to try to justify being there when you could just be like everybody else, man. You ain't old shit. You ain't special. Just be like everybody else. And stop this thing about trying to justify your importance. Go ahead.
V, it has to do with the disillusionment of the American dream, right? A lot of white or Caucasian descendants from America who have generations here were used to a level of privilege that classism took away. Right now we have,
and what was that classism? What was that privilege based on? How did they get the privilege?
There we go, right?
You know what I'm saying?
But that's the reason why they write the narrative that they want to, right? They want to,
how'd you get privilege?
Or not speak.
How'd you get privilege
No,
in a land your ancestors don't come from? Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Say that again.
Yeah, they want to rewrite, right, or not speak on Black history and how that led.
They hate that.
Yeah. Right. This is why the Board of Education was dismantled, and so you have a lot of.
They don't want to know Native American history. They don't learn Native American history in public schools in the United States.
It paints, a white anyone who will consider themselves white America with descendants here, in a negative light versus the nuanced light that it is, right? And so now they're wondering why they're not benefiting as much as their great grandparents or their grandparents, right? And because conservatives have propped up, low taxes,
you can benefit. You just have to be willing to go out there and kill some more natives and enslave some more people. That's how they did it. It was easy, right? You want to know the secret?
There you go, right? Without that lack of information, right? You know, they can't put themselves in positions to be able to understand the plight of the disenfranchised, right? So now that they're disenfranchised due to classism,
Yeah.
now they're angry, right? They're like, oh, these other people are taking my place, or these other people are more important
bro.
to the government's eyes when I should matter more.
You know
right?
who they are? You know who they are? They're the wretched of the earth. Part sequel, the sequel. They're Fox fan and sequel, the wretched of the earth. It's about them this time. Ha ha. All right, go ahead, bro. Keep.
Yeah, no, you know, and I think that, you know, that's where a lot of, not necessarily MAGAs, but even MAGAs included, right? But some of your further right conservatives, you know, they feel disenfranchised, right? And because of lack of education, lack of economics, right? Understanding of basic economics and political science, they'll put the burden on the Democrats. They'll say, oh, it's the Democrats who are trying to put everybody on welfare, and the Democrats who want to give everything for free,
You
and
know what?
socialism
I
isn't
hate that
free.
too, because they make it seem like the money for welfare isn't your money. What
Yes,
the fuck?
there you
know,
go.
It's like,
Right?
They tricked them out of that too. They're
then-
just stupid, you know. Yeah, go ahead.
But then they support the defunding of programs that directly help their kids, or directly help their nieces and nephews and people who are part of the disenfranchised class, which mainly is the lower and lower middle class, right? And, you know, the American dream has been painted that you can come here and make, you know, and go from nothing to something. And now that dream has slowly dissipated
It was
with the ultra capitalism.
Yeah, it was.
right?
Yeah. They got duped, and you know they always talk about the founding fathers. Well, you just gave it back to them, bitch. You giving all the wealth back to a few fucking men? Are you stupid? That's exactly what we fought against, these dumb motherfuckers. You know, they talk about the founding fathers. They don't know shit. Don't you? It just amazes me. It's a cycle, bro. The founding fathers wanted to get the king off their back, and they did something about it. And then the very people that they wanted to free from a king is trying to give it back to a few good men.
Yep.
Yeah, they don't want to. It's crazy, bro. It is crazy, man.
They'll tie religion into it, you know, saying, you know, Trump is God sent and he's the best president ever. When have we said that about any other president? It goes to show how radicalized and how bought into propaganda a lot of the conservative base is, especially in the MAGA side, right? And I do think that, you know, now that they are realizing that these tax cuts for the ultra wealthy with crumbs for the poorest, and you know the dilution of, or defunding of, a lot of these social programs like SNAP, like Medicaid, like, you know, like you know, Social Security, right? That will disproportionately also affect a large part of that group who are the pull them up by your bootstraps, but I'm still working, you know, a job that doesn't pay me enough in a red state that minimum wage is $6.50 an hour, and can't pay my rent, but depend on these social programs. Now that they're seeing that they're also a part of this disenfranchisement, now they're angry. Now they're questioning their beliefs, right? Now they're understanding the bigger picture of classism, right? Versus identity politics, because conservatism has used identity politics, which is, you know, not them, but me, right? Not you, but me. And now they're realizing, hey, you know what? That black person was just like me. Hey, you know what? That immigrant was just like me.
Yeah.
And they were just trying to chase the same American dream that I was chasing. And instead, we all now are further away from what that looks like, right? They were under the assumption that if I disenfranchise them or continue to disenfranchise them, that'll disproportionately make me better or give me more opportunity.
Yeah.
When it all it did
It was a
give
hoax.
the oligarchs.
More
Exactly,
power.
the oligarchs
They played
the bigger,
people. Yeah. They divided and they conquered. And they got this. They got these people with these soft brains to go along with it, and now they ain't got shit. Now listen.
Yes.
The chat is open. I want to hear. I want somebody who disagrees to hop up. Be brave. You know what I'm saying? For a change, use your intelligence. Figure out how to operate Discord on your mobile phone. So instead of staying down there in the chat, God damn it, hop your ass up. And come, let's hear some alternative views. I want to hear it. Someone said in the chat, they know 2 people that's on welfare and they never seen them work. Okay, well, come on up. Let's hear your voice. I want to hear your voice. Are you a real person? I mean, I think it's a lot of trolls in the chat. I think maybe not all, but sometimes it's very basic, the comments, and nothing, they don't want to qualify them and hop up and share with us a little bit about who they are and their experiences, but in any case, Kristi Noem, Kristi Noem is, not Kristi Noem, damn, Gabbard, Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard is the topic right at this moment, and she is not wanted in Canada either. And trust me when I say this, because you're listening to a brother born and raised in Washington, D.C. in the 70s, actually born in Freedman's Hospital. It's now Howard University Hospital. But both sides of my family go back to the colonial period. But as a grown-ass man, I live overseas, so I have health care. When I get sick, I just go to the fucking doctor. There's no bill. If I have to go to have an emergency, I just go to the hospital. There's no bill. There's no bill. It's not even there. No. And you too, if you came to the great country of Denmark and happened to have an accident, you would go to the hospital too. They would pick you up, even though you're not a resident. Anybody that comes into the country, even a tourist, your emergency care will be taken care of. That's how it works in Denmark. So big up to Denmark for having the intelligence to see how that's the simplest and shortest means to deal with the problem. It works out. They only pay about 5% for administrative fees through their healthcare system. The United States, you all pay 30% of your fees go to administrative. That's like a whole lot of little hands fumbling with paper, just getting a check. Oh, fuck it, I work today. Meanwhile, you need an operation. You paying for 20 people to figure out, did this person qualify? Let me look at this. It's like, damn, okay, yeah. Your goddamn administration fee is 1/3 of your operation. Like, in any case, let's hear some more about how Canada is not going for Tulsi Gabbard and nobody else. Listen, again, I'm going to say it one more time. If you hear one person, Canada is not part of the EU, but if you hear these people, statespeople say these things, they said the president of Spain said Trump is a Putin spy. He's an asset, a Putin asset, a Russian asset. Canada doesn't want Tulsi Gabbard. They all think that she's a Putin asset. Also, pretty much all of Europe thinks she's a Putin asset. So they don't trust her. They're not going to give her access to nothing. And anybody that's down with Trump, his kids, his businesses, Musk, anybody down with Musk, kids, businesses, they don't want nothing about you. Peter Thiel, nothing. They see these people as a security threat. They see these people as folks that have infiltrated the United States government to take it down, to make it undemocratic. Basically,
yeah. Point.
Yep,
You're right, because with all the support publicly for Trump, even in certain countries, why haven't any of his administrations or former administration who've been a part of his administration in the past have taken political party in any other country?
They don't want them, bro.
They don't want them.
Nobody wants them.
They don't.
Yeah, they're scared of them. They recognize the threat. They watch the U.S. be taken down, basically, by it. So U.S. fucking Americans have a president that can barely think, and you might try to convince yourself. Some people might try to convince themselves that it's okay. Everything is fine. Shit, yo, the numbers don't lie. If you're living in the United States, you are not fucking fine, and if you are, then prove it to me and hit the Discord link. Show me that you know something. Show me that you know how to use technology. Because I don't believe you down there in the chat. You know, I see people down there. There's a few people down there. No, man, Trump is doing the best, man. You know, yeah, right. But in any case, Canada, the neighbors, when the neighbors don't want you, that's bad. That's bad. So let's hear some more from from
the
Ben.
Worst person for respecting indigenous rights. Watch as Charlie Angus calls this out and calls out Nova Red. Let's play it.
In their press release this past week, they announced that they had hired Kristi Noem at Nova Red Mining because of her, quote, strategic perspective in government affairs, in regulatory matters, and stakeholder engagement. So let's just break that down a little bit. Stakeholder engagement. You know, one of the key elements of any mining company that's looking to work in Canada, particularly where they're working, Nova Red Mining in British Columbia, is stakeholder engagements with Indigenous people. Is that why they brought Kristi Noem to Canada? The fact that in her home state of South Dakota, all the tribal nations in South Dakota barred her from their traditional lands because of her abusive attitudes towards First Nation people. So is that going to be the way that Nova Red Mining negotiates mining claims here in Canada? Having Kristi Noem do the work? On regulatory matters, what were they thinking about regulatory matters? Would that be like her role in building of alligator Alcatraz? A horrific detention center was basically a series of cages in the Florida Everglades where they sold swag of alligators with ice hats, and they bragged about feeding people to the alligators if they tried to escape. The fact that there have been horrific allegations investigated by Amnesty International against Alligator Alcatraz and some of the other facilities that are there in Florida right now. Kristi Noem went down there with her baseball cap and Botox routine to take it look like these awful torture porn photos.
All right, so that's Kristi Noem. They don't want her ass in Canada, but it's more. I'm telling you. Anybody, actually, what's going on right now is Elon Musk. We're going to review that too. They don't want him anywhere. Trump's daughter, Jed Kushner, Trump's son-in-law. They don't want. Listen. Nobody in a first. How can I say this? No Western ally wants any of these people. They are looked at as pariahs. You got to understand this. Outside of the United States, the average person in the West looks at the U.S. as taking a hit. They fell for the disinformation of Putin. The population of the United States took a Russian psyops. They fell for one. The same one that they hit the UK up with. Brexit, to get them to break off from the EU is the same plan that hit MAGA. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing. They've been feeding those seeds for a decade, basically. It worked in the UK. It worked in the United States. The EU watched it successfully. The EU, I have to tell you, I mean, seriously, they don't talk a lot, but they be about it. And, they're about it. And, it seems as if they recognize the threat better than anybody. Maybe it's because they're closer to Russia, right? Maybe because they might know the history of Russia and recognize the actual real history of Russia. A lot of Americans are very foolish and don't, sadly enough. So let's move on. It's not the only news, but let's stop here. Let's look at for a second this dynamic with democratic socialism popping up. Social Democrats, I call them social Democrats, whatever term you want to use. In the U.S., they're saying democratic socialists. Okay, that's fair enough. I know those of you that follow us for a while, you heard me and Friars kind of get into it. I actually didn't like that term because my view is like it's not socialism, but hey, if that's what you want to call it, you call it that. My view of it is that what's going on in Denmark, it's not socialism in that way. That it's not socialism in its purest form at all. Socialist country would be like goddamn North Korea, North Vietnam. Everyone gets paid the same salary, period, for any job.
That's an extreme form of socialism.
Right.
Essentially, you can have capitalism with social policies, right?
Right. You
Social
can have a
policies
mix
to offset the extremism of capitalism.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And that's kind of like that's what Denmark is. They have a capitalistic economy, but how the money is, how the tax revenue is managed is different. It's making sure that it's spread out across the country, across the people, and not just for a few. Right. Yeah. Exactly.
So wealth disparity doesn't become a larger issue as capitalism grows.
Exactly. As capitalism grows, wealth disparity doesn't become as large of an issue. Exactly. That's exactly the point, bro. That's it. All right. So let's see what they're talking about here with Mom Donnie and Bernie Sanders. Big up to Mom Donnie, and he's the guy who just won the New York City mayoral election. So he's been serving now since when? How many months now? Because you're in New York, so right.
He's been in since late January. So he's
January.
going on 6 months.
Exactly. So, and seems like he's done a lot in those 6 months, but
he's doing great.
Yeah,
doing great.
But he's not the only one. This is becoming a new trend in the United States. So
there you go. Well, remember we spoke on this.
Yeah. So let's celebrate. Big up to the Democratic Socialists in the United States. Yes. Yeah, and this is they're also often part of the Democratic Party, and people might want to claim that doesn't matter or that does matter. They shouldn't be. No, look, listen, it's not about your party name. It's about what you're doing in the party, and parties are made of people. So if you have people in the party that want to transform it, stand up for it. If you want a transformation in your country, you got to stand up. It's not the party you're standing up. It's for policy. It's for policy. And the policy might be within a certain party, but you're not voting really for a party. You're voting for policy. So don't be fooled. Don't let somebody tell you that, because it's this party. No, don't you even read? Don't you read what the policies are? Right. So, but in any case, let's hear some more from them.
Doing considerably better than they used to be, and they have the chance to knock off, in fact, Democratic incumbents in Congress. And part of the reason for that, why we're seeing these Democratic socialists having such good chances or outright winning nominations, is take a look here. Net favorability among Dems. Democratic Socialists of America, look at that. A plus 17-point net favorability rating among Democrats. That is actually better. That is better than how congressional Democrats are viewed by Democrats at just plus 4 points. So no wonder that Democratic Socialists have such a good chance, because simply put, they're their brand at this point than Democrats in Congress.
Among Democrats, it's interesting to see who they like more. All right, and you've used this number before. I always find this fascinating. When you compare socialism to capitalism, how are they doing right now?
Yeah, how are they doing right now among Democrats? You see this Democratic...
Well, and this is what I would say people should be aware that actually I don't follow them when they say this. I live in Denmark. And when they're saying this, these people in America, this is cable TV, this is legacy media. When they frame it that way, I just think it's something fishy to scare and spook people. Listen, what Americans call socialism is wrong. If you're talking about Western nations being socialist because they have universal health care or universal education, you call that socialist, even though they have a capitalist engine. They buy and sell, they trade on the capitalist market, they sell things. If you think that's socialism, that's so weird, because the United States has the biggest socialist military on earth. So you guys don't call that socialist. It's a socialist project. That's what that is. It doesn't make your country socialist. Same thing with Western countries. You have socialist projects. It doesn't make the country a socialist country. It makes it a democratic country. You see what I'm saying? So when they use this kind of stuff, sometimes this jargon, it just, I just say people should be cautious.
Socialist America, more positive than congressional Democrats. And I'll tell you, take a look at the trend line, the favorable rating among Democrats on socialism and... Look at this. In 2010, they were about equal. 50% had a favorable view of socialism. 51% said the same about capitalism. But capitalism has absolutely fallen through the floor. Look at this. It's now just 42% of Democrats who have a favorable view of capitalism. Socialism, on the other hand, up like a rocket. Look at this. 2 in 3 Democrats have a favorable view of socialism. So socialism is on the rise among Democrats. Capitalism is on the decline among Democrats. And again, this is part of the longer-term trend in which we are seeing Democratic socialists doing considerably better among Democrats electing a mayor right here in New York City, for example.
And as we said, there are primaries next week with Democratic socialists self-proclaimed
All right.
on the.
So I want to ask people in the chat right now, if you had the opportunity to have in the United States, while you sell goods the same way, while you compete for your jobs the same way, while you do all your ordinary business, if you had the opportunity to make sure that your taxes covered universal health care so that it's not so complex, so that there's more guarantees in it, basically a better buy for your money. If you had the opportunity, because you pay taxes, that's where the big bucks. I mean, that's one of the main lines in the federal budget is healthcare, right? So it may as well make sense, right? Because that's a lot of money being spent there. But if you had the chance to have universal healthcare, would you implement that? Would you want someone talking about that in the United States? Would you want Republicans talking about it? Would you want Democrats talking about it? Would you want independents talking about it? I mean, in this way, if you had a Republican that talked about it, you wouldn't have to vote Democrat, but they don't. They talk about cutting your benefits, So if you had the opportunity to get universal health care in the U.S., have the service be just the same, but the price be cheaper, the cost of it actually be cheaper, right? Would you want that? Because that's what's going on in every other Western country. They're getting the same services for a cheaper price. Why? Because 1/3 of the bill you pay is not going to administration fees. That's why. Only 5%. Across Europe, the highest you get is 10%. As soon as you leave the U.S., the highest you get is 10% in the Western world. The United States is paying 30% for administration fees. So that means if you go to the doctor, 30%, boom, administration fees. You get an operation, 30%, boom. Oh, they cashing in. They're cashing in. Somebody is cashing in on sickness. So you let me know if you thought that if you had the opportunity to get universal health care in the United States of America and it was cheaper, cost you less taxes, right? Cost less tax money. If you could get that, and would you want it? If you could get it, put a 1 in the chat. Would you take it if you could get it? If you could get that for cheaper, put a 1 in the chat. Would you take it if you took it? Let me know. Put a 2 in the chat if you wouldn't take it if it was cheaper and you had the opportunity to have universal health care instead of the programs they have now. I'm just curious of how many people are for something like that. But look, it's spreading. It's spreading, and it should spread, the Democratic Socialist thing, because Trump is talking about cutting health care completely out of the federal budget. He's already said that out of his mouth. He wants state budgets to fund it now. So, yeah.
The ballot, what are the prediction markets saying about how they may do?
Yeah, this to me is one of the more stunning trends, right, that I have seen in covering politics over the last 15, 16 years. And if you believe the prediction markets, it's not going to just stop suddenly. It may extend into next week, because just take a look at the chance that Democratic...
Somebody said the host lives in a country with smaller people. Man, have you ever heard of percentages? What the fuck is wrong with you? Have you ever heard of percentages? Like, damn, you don't... What's going on, man? That's a crazy... Duh. Europe. Do you know how many... Europe has universal health care. It's 450 million Europeans. That's 100 million more than Americans. It's not about the size of the country, fool. It's about how much you pay in administration fees for one simple thing. Anything. A guy, you go get a bottle of aspirin, 30% administration fees. Come on, you talking about health care. Everybody needs health care. Okay, when you want your poor ass goddamn fucking broke worker that you don't want to fucking pay a fair salary to come to work, at least being sick won't be a fucking excuse for you. Like, wake up, do the math. Do the math. Yeah, Texas is smaller than the United States of America. Do the math. It's not about, it's about percentages and how much you pay, you know. For one person to get care, you're paying 30% more. You actually, in the United States, you pay 5 times more for the same fucking operation. 30% of what you're doing is fucking like 30. Every time you get something done, it's 30% tax, just paperwork. 30%. 30. Imagine if that was the case for your fucking shoes on your feet. Imagine if that was the case for every time you went to the goddamn grocery store. 30% tax. Man.
Socialists win in Dem primaries, House primaries here in New York. You go to New York 7th District, right? You got a Brooklyn borough president who at this point looks like an underdog compared to a Democratic socialist. And then you may get a Democratic incumbent in northern Manhattan get knocked off. That's closer to a 50-50 race. But
somebody said, look, here goes the person again. It says U.S. has the best health care in the world. You don't realize people have internet. But in any case, I bet you won't hop up and prove it. Here's the link. I bet you won't hop up and prove it. You can stay in the chat all you want. I give you the permission to be in the chat. Okay, you're only here because I allow you to be here. But I bet you won't hop up. I bet you won't hop up because you don't want people to hear your voice. So, yeah.
But the bottom line is this. Next week in New York may be a very good one for Democratic Socialist Mayor Mamdani endorsing them. His political star is rising, and he may bring a few Democratic Socialists along with him and put him in a Congress.
I think you have to give respect to the people in the DSA movement, the Democratic Socialist movement. They've been winning elections around the country. You see that happen in New York. We just saw it happen in Washington, D.C.
Yes.
We saw a congressional race. And
big up to D.C. also. And, yo, I'm not going to pat myself on the back, but I'm going to tell you, I did a documentary on the healthcare system in Denmark. I did that documentary in 2007, something like that. That was when Al Gore had his media company, right? And so their media company stopped after some years or something like that. I forget what happened with it. But in any case, I was looking on my hard drive, and I just happened to find the documentary on my hard drive. And I said, fuck it, let me put it up on YouTube, right? I didn't even think about it. YouTube was new at that time. I think it was like 2013, maybe, something like that. I threw it up on YouTube. 2013. Oh, no, maybe it was 14. It was closer to some election cycle, right? Presidential election cycle. Yo, it got a whole lot of views. I think in a short period of time, like 30, 40,000 views. I mean, now, back then, that was a lot for me. Now, that's not necessarily a lot. But what I'm saying is that Americans, one of the reasons why I do this podcast is to let Americans know. They need to know from other Americans. You in the United States, you need to hear an American who lives outside of the United States in a country like Denmark tell you what the facts really are, so you won't be lied to by legacy media, and so you won't be lied to by politicians, and so you won't be lied to by stupid ass fucking trolls in the chat. You see what I mean? Like, I'm telling you, it's the way to go, and I'm telling you why. Denmark, the administration fees for healthcare cost 5%. That's one of the lowest in Europe. That keeps the healthcare costs down. It's a capitalist country, Denmark. Okay? All Western countries are capitalistic countries, but they have socialist programs. When they're programs that are supposed to affect the masses, everybody, then they operate it as such. The United States has a program that's supposed to affect everybody. It's called the U.S. military. It's a socialist project. The United States has one of the biggest socialist projects in the world. It's called the United States military. Yeah. 100% paid for by taxpayer dollars. 100%. Right? Not privatized. Right? And they do it that way to keep the cost down and the effectiveness booming. Now, is the U.S. military the strongest military on earth? I heard somebody in the chat say it's the most powerful economy. Well, what about the military? Should the military be privatized? Put a 1 in the chat if the U.S. military should be privatized. Put a 1 in the chat if the U.S. military isn't that great. It's not that effective. They need to privatize it. Socialism doesn't work anymore in the U.S. military. Okay, we don't need to have a socialist project called the U.S. military being paid for 100% by taxpayer dollars where the administration fees aren't fucking.
Anyone who says otherwise, they themselves are just disingenuous, right? Like, you're not going to sit here and tell me that you don't support veterans. Because when you say that, if you say you want the military privatized, you don't support veterans. That's hypocritical, right?
And you know what else is hypocritical? You're right, bro. You're right. And you know what else is hypocritical? How a motherfucker, his own tax dollars would pay for a representative in Congress, in the Senate, in the White House, in the Supreme Court to have better health care than they can fucking afford. That's fucking hypocritical. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what the fuck? Like, you
actually healthcare while they get $200,000 a year.
They paying for that shit and happy to pay for it. And then when it comes to them getting something from their own tax dollars, they like, nah, man, you should pay for it yourself. Tell the motherfucking Supreme Court they should pay for their health care themselves. Tell everybody in the fucking U.S. government, pay for it yourself out of your own check. Pay it.
See, but then these are the same people who complain about taxes, right? But won't complain how it's used, right? How our defense budget has always increased and have never passed an audit. The Pentagon hasn't passed 6 to 7 consecutive audits, right? They have no idea.
They don't even know how much money they spend. And this stupid jackass, just me in the chat, don't even want to know how much they spend. Well,
he's against quote unquote socialism. Again, these people need to understand that when you pay into a taxpayer system, you should be holding your government and officials accountable through how they spend that money. And how they should be spending that money is primarily on the constituents in the form of social programs that help lift you out of poverty, that help have a baseline of what poverty looks like, right? Where you can at least eat 3 times a day and still have some basic shelter over your head, right? So that way you don't fall deeper into poverty and become less useful in society. When we have these guardrails, it allows for people to not fall into addiction, right? Not fall into drug use, not fall into crime that is adjacent to drug use, right?
And it makes
when we give people...
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
No, when we give people a reason to live while supporting them through their darkest times and allowing them to become, again, productive members in society and strive to become productive members of society, this is where we cut, again, things like drug addiction. People are worried about the fentanyl use and all the drug use. It comes from the disproportionate wealth, right? And that has led to people resorting to drug use, right? When you're working a minimum wage job and you can't afford the basics, you start to deal and you don't have free health care. So you can't go to a therapist or a psychiatrist or a psychologist to help talk you through your issues. You resort to the cheapest thing available, which is drugs, right? Along with drugs come poverty and crime, right? Poverty is the mother of crime. So these things rhyme. And it's the reason why countries who are capitalistic, like Denmark, but have social policies, strong social policies, allows for them to spend less money on the homeless, right? Because you're less likely to become homeless.
And you know what? And Danes are more patriotic than Americans. I mean, and because of that, people in Denmark, going to hold together because they stand together on these things: healthcare, education. Everybody gets access to higher. Everyone, first of all, education is free in Denmark. It doesn't matter if you're studying to be a doctor. It doesn't matter if you're studying to be an engineer. It doesn't matter if you're studying to be an electrician. Whatever it is, it's pretty much free, right? And you get a salary to go to higher education in Denmark, right? But people, they're also very patriotic. They have a thinking that is like all for one, one for all. Americans don't think that way. Americans are very divided. Americans don't care about each other. Americans are very ultra capitalistic. You get your own. Fuck me. Fuck that.
There you go.
It shouldn't have nothing to do with me. I'm not a neighbor of yours. I don't live in the same community as you. Fuck a community. Fuck how good everybody's doing. I'm out for myself. That's what you get in the U.S. That's what you get, which is why people are so willing to be like, it's this group's fault. It's this group's fault. Yo, get out of that. It's all of your fucking faults. It's all of your faults. Anybody that's not asking for universal health care, it is your fault. Anybody that's not asking for universal education for your tax dollars, as much tax dollars as you pay, it is your fault. You have betrayed the country. You don't even fucking know why the country was founded. You know what I'm saying?
They betrayed themselves.
Yeah, they betrayed themselves.
They betrayed themselves. Right? So we can paint the picture.
Go ahead.
We can paint the picture, right, of what Republicans versus Democrats in terms of policy, right? Because obviously it's just a name, party and name. When we look at policies like cutting tax cuts for the richest individuals, right, without tax cuts and without that brings in less revenue, right? When we tax the rich less, that brings in less revenue as a whole country. Right. But when Republicans do major tax cuts, you know what they also do? Major spending. Right. Trump has already accounted for almost 1/3 of our overall debt as a country. Right. He's accrued that by himself within this tenure right now. Right.
Fact.
He has spent almost close to $1 trillion in just money. Right. While also bringing in less money through taxation by the big beautiful bill, which taxes the highest net worth people less. Right. But then they'll say it's the Democrats' fault, or he's cleaning up what the Democrats built. The Democrats didn't just accrue 1/3 of our national debt in 7 months, in a year, right? In a year and change.
Yeah, look at this. This a goddamn fool in the chat. Listen, these are traitors. You got to be careful about this. Zero Rec, I guarantee you're not gonna hop up on the panel. You too much of a chicken shit. So here's the Discord link. Know that person is a bitch. Okay, a chicken shit. Because they ain't gonna hop up on it. But this is what they say. It's an example of what a fool is, right? Look at this. I'm also gonna let everybody watching on the TV see this. You got to see how simple-minded some of these people are. They don't even do their research, you see, and they're so proud to be out here on the net thinking that everybody's dumb like their ass and don't do any research. I've already done the research, so I already know. This is why I'm pointing it out. Look, Zero Rec says, Denmark cost of living is higher and they don't have a strong immigration process. It's mainly white Europeans. Man, this person obviously doesn't research anything. First of all, you're not slick with inducting the racial component. Okay. I know why you're doing that, because to you, everything is black and white. Right. Okay. But in any case, if you want data on Denmark, I suggest you go to the national data collection pool and you will see that, no, it's not only whites in Denmark. OK, especially in certain parts. There's a lot of people of immigrant background like myself, motherfucker. Like, what's wrong with you, you stupid jackass? But there's there's loads of different people. There's also black people that aren't immigrants, you see. And so, Denmark has had the history for quite some time. Right. Documented history with the Virgin Islands. Right. So a lot of the people migrated here at one time early and remained here, and their ancestors remained here. So there's a lot of different components to it. But here's the thing. The one you need to think about is this cost of living. Damn, you're really fooled, baby. You're fooled. No, the cost of living is not more expensive in Denmark. I don't know what you're talking about. Actually, my flat that I have is 140 square meters, right? My flat, if I had this flat in Washington, D.C., this would be fucking like 3-4 times more expensive than it is now. I pay something like, a little over $2,000. I pay about for the flat, something maybe 2,300, 2,000. Yeah, something like that. I would say 2,300 a month, right? But then utilities and all of that stuff, right? But if this was in DC, New York, goddamn California, a lot of cities, Chicago, it would be more expensive than this. What are you talking about? The cost of living? What are you talking about? You just made that up? Like, people, again, this is why I'm here. I'm an American citizen, born and raised in Washington, D.C. Both sides of my family go back to the colonial period. But as a grown-ass man, I live in a country called Denmark and Copenhagen. The reason why I do this podcast is to save you from dumbasses like Zero Rec. Like, it's really to save you from jackasses like Legacy Media that spit lies. You see what I mean? Because there's no different. They spit the same lies. Americans, if you do the math and you being real about it, you are being treated the worst in the West. Your quality of life is the worst. Is the fucking worst. Listen, in Europe, and this ain't even Denmark, but just across Europe, after you pay your taxes and after you pay your cost of living, your bills, your home, your expenses, on average, the average European keeps $1,000 more in their pocket than the average American. Don't let jackasses like Zero Rec fool you. But you have to be willing to do the math. You can't be a lazy jackass and expect to get good outcomes. Right now, you got the lazy jackass outcome in the United States of America. And you got it because of jackasses like Zero Rec. If that's even a real person. Bitch ass is not even going to hop up here because their mama won't let them do it. What the fuck?
Jersey,
let's move
nobody
on.
saw that coming. So you're looking around the country and you're seeing the energy of the Democratic Party coming out of this part of the left. What he's right about is that whoever the Democrats field in 2028, they're not going to just be able to run on, let's go back to the way things were. People are going to have to push forward into something that's brand new. And it's going to have to be big, bold ideas that are going to make meaningful changes. I'm not convinced that all those changes have to come from the most progressive or left part of the party. I think centrists ought to be able to come up with some pretty bold ideas. Because I don't know if you say to someone, women only get 2% of venture capital in America, we need to double that or triple that. Is that a progressive idea or is that a centrist idea? I don't know. It's an idea that makes things better. Every African American entrepreneur in the country has raised less money than Donald Trump made off of crypto last year, right? We can fix that if we want to. So, but that, I'm not sure where that sits on the ideological spectrum. And so people are going to have to come up with big ideas that affect real people.
And you do point out that we're seeing more self-proclaimed Democratic Socialist candidates finding more success across the country. What do you make of that? How are you seeing that?
Well, I just think there's an overall kind of upset in the American political environment. Folk are kind of tired of business as usual, and they're reaching for other sorts of languages, other sorts of solutions, because the way in which we lived our lives so far, the general conclusion is that everything is broken. And so folk are reaching for new languages, new ways of more inspired.
Americans need to trust in Denmark and what they do and how they do things in Denmark. Things can always be better, but let me tell you, it's managed way more better. And Americans need to learn. You need to learn from your allies. You know, don't be stupid. You can't walk outside, leave your house every day and not look around and see how things are happening, see how things go. And that's the same thing for when you leave your motherfucking country. Take a look around. Look at other goddamn look, somebody say go live in Denmark. I do, you dumbass. You don't even listen? Or haven't you been listening, you stupid fuck? That's what I'm telling you, you dumbass. Okay, but you have to be dumb if you leave your house and you don't look around to see what is everybody else doing. Right? You would have to be dumb, right? So it's the same thing with your country. Look and see what other people doing. And let me tell you something. Don't be fooled, because American politicians on the state level and on the federal level travel to European countries, you know, regularly. Even states regularly. And their representatives travel regularly. And you know what they do? They come to study other countries to find out what things they can bring back to the United States. That's what they do. Yeah. And they come and they talk with municipality leadership. They come and they talk with parliamentary leadership. Yeah, they do all the time. You may not be aware of it because they don't show it to you on legacy TV inside of, you know, the United States. They want you blind like a fucking horse, driving people around like you're a piece of cattle. And you are basically a piece of cattle. So wising up. Big up to Democratic Socialists for not just being a bunch of pawns and dumbasses that believe in just giving up your fucking tax money for nothing. Like, thanks for having a spine. Thanks for having intelligence about what to do with your money. Because apparently Americans like to have a bleeding hole in their fucking pocket. You know, that's not smart. That's not smart at all. I like to leave my house knowing that if something happens, I'm covered at the hospital. I like to go to work knowing that if I get sick, my doctor's going to pick up the fucking phone and not be like, oh, by the way, you got to pay this and blah, blah, blah. No. I like the fact that my neighbor can see the doctor even if they don't have a job. That way they won't give me some fucking sickness that they caught. You know? Yes. Preventative health care is a good fucking thing. It saves you money in the long haul. What's happening in the United States is y'all about to get hit with an epidemic and half the population ain't going to be able to see a fucking doctor to even know they got it.
Ways of trying to respond to the conditions of everyday ordinary folk. So I think if we don't get caught up in labels, if we don't get caught up with shorthands, it's not progressive or centrist or conservative to say that working people should make enough money to provide for their households and send their kids to college. It's not progressive to say that folks shouldn't go broke because they're sick. It's not progressive to say, right, that basic
Facts.
education should be every human being deserves it, no matter the color of your skin or where your zip code is, right?
Facts.
So I think
Facts.
get beyond the labels and just get to what everyday ordinary folk are experiencing on the ground, and maybe we can actually address some of the issues.
I like what he said. He's speaking facts right there. Let me hear that one more time. Wow, especially this one. Let me play it. He said it.
We're all kind of upset in the American political environment. Folk are kind of tired of business as usual, and they're reaching for other sorts of languages, other sorts of solutions, because the way in which we lived our lives so far, the general conclusion is that everything is broken. And so folk are reaching for new languages, new ways, more inspired ways of trying to respond to the conditions of everyday ordinary folk. So I think if we don't get caught up in labels, if we don't get caught up with shorthands, it's not progressive or
labels, Democrat, Republican,
centrist or conservative to say.
Yep. Capitalist, socialist, right? Centrist or what?
To the conditions of everyday ordinary folk. So I think if we don't get caught up in labels, if we don't get caught up with shorthands, it's not progressive or centrist or conservative to say that working people should make enough money to provide for their households and send their kids to college.
That should be the low. That should be the standard across any political party. Any political party should want those things. As soon as you leave the United States of America, go to Canada, go anywhere else in the West, the right wing believes in universal health care too. The right wing believes in universal education too. It's just the standard, right? Only in the United States does the right wing not believe that their own fucking family members have the right to a fucking education. Like, that's crazy. That's insane. That's insane. Obviously, they're disenfranchised. They don't know any better. They can't do the math, right? But that's way too many people that affect other people. Like, I'll be damned. The math is going to have to fucking get done. And we're going to go over the math every goddamn day until you fucking get it through your thick goddamn head. Okay? Universal health care costs less. Okay, it's very simple. You could actually cover everyone with the same service for less money if you stop fucking making these goddamn people that just do the paperwork goddamn billionaires. Like, why does the administration fee cost 30% of your fucking operation? Why does it cost 30% of, if you break a leg, 30% of your bill is going to be fucking administration? Why, when everywhere else in the West is 10% and even in Denmark it's fucking 5%? Where do you go and you buy some shit and I just tell you, oh, well, fuck it, it's just going to cost this amount? Why? Because I'm here. I got to do the paperwork. I want to get paid 30%. Your shoes cost $90. Your shoes cost $100. I want $30 of that. Why? Because I'm doing it. I'm doing the paperwork. What the fuck? That shit is crazy.
It doesn't it has to do a lot more with obviously insurance companies, right? these hospitals that are extremely for profit, right? And that combination allows for them to jack up administration fees, right? So that way everyone gets paid and continues the cycle and pushes the narrative for extreme privatization of health insurance, extreme privatizations of hospitals, and it creates a class tier of the level of care you can get depending on who your provider is. And the basic individual doesn't understand that. They just don't understand that, right?
Yeah, bro. And they talking about you won't replace us. You won't replace us. Oh, yes, we fucking will. The people that have universal come from countries with universal education going to replace
They live
you.
longer.
Yeah, they live
longer.
Look,
They have better, healthier lives, right? And if you have a better, healthier life, guess what you're more likely to do? Oh, you might work for longer, right? Even out of just pure, just working, not even a financial necessity, right? Just to keep busy and have extra income because you're healthy enough and you don't need that knee replacement that you've been holding off in America while your knee is deteriorating more and more just so you could be able to work so that way you don't fall behind and go into poverty.
Facts.
Right?
Facts, bro.
Our highest debt, the most common debt in America is medical debt. Medical. That is the number one debt in America. Medical debt. Most people go into bankruptcy due to medical debt. Right? And they don't understand that even if it costs you a small fraction of a percentage. Now, if you have kids, right, you're more likely to have kids if you have just even a public option or a well-funded public option, right? And even if that's a step under universal health care, right? Now you're more likely to have more kids because you know what? They'll be covered healthcare wise. You're not worried having an additional dependent that you're paying for under your healthcare now when you are working. So instead of losing money, now you're gaining money and you're more likely to provide for your kid because that's income saved versus income lost now that you're not covering a dependent on your employer's health care, right? Yeah. You're not tied specifically to an employer and say, you know what? It's called job mobility. You're more likely to have job mobility when you're not tied to one insurer that's tied to your employer, right? You're able to go, you know what? I don't like this job. Let me go for the next job that's going to pay me more because I'm not tied down by healthcare. But let's say you have a child with special needs. Now you have to prioritize your child's healthcare versus your upward mobility when it comes to a job. These are things that people, obviously the individuals, some in the chat now, can't understand on the most basic level. They just don't understand that.
Just me don't understand shit. All right, and they're not gonna hop up. They definitely ain't gonna hop up because that's way too much. Troll. Exactly. It is just a troll. Right. I don't know if it's a male or female, or even a human. Maybe it's a fucking robot. But that's why I want them to hop up so we can hear the voice, so we can hear that it's not, that it's actually an American. Probably not though. Or what type of American? Let's hear that voice. What kind of voice you got? But in any case, true, man. I mean, look, Americans live shorter lives than Europeans. The average American does not have 5 weeks vacation a year. The average Dane does. Okay. Paid vacation, right? Seriously, straight up. In Denmark, when you have a child, you get child money. It's through the tax system. You get child money. And a lot of times people are thinking that they're going to have to pay a lot more money for this. No, it's because you haven't done the math. You pay damn near just as much as the average fucking Dane. Anyway, like what the hell is going on? And you don't want anything for it. That's what kills me. You literally only want your money going to fucking $1 billion corporations that work in the military complex in the federal government. That's all you want. You want everyone in the federal government to have better health care than you, the taxpayer. Americans, they kill me with this shit, bro. And if you're not American, you have every right to call Americans stupid because of this. Like, don't we're not any different than anybody else. Don't carry water for us. When we do stupid shit, point it out. And that's one of the reasons why we're fucking dumb. That's one of the goddamn reasons. You seeing it. You're witnessing the dumb shit. Just me. is an example of how an American can fucking be dumb. If the person's American, maybe not.
It's not progressive to say that folks shouldn't go broke because they're sick. It's not progressive to say, right, that basic education should be every human being deserves it, no matter the color of your skin or where your zip code is, right? So I think let's get beyond the labels and just get to what everyday ordinary folk are experiencing on the ground, and maybe we can actually address some of the issues that American people are facing.
I want to go to this sound from another prominent voice in the Democratic Party, former President Barack Obama, and he had a similar message about the need for our politics to look toward the future. Here's what he said.
The exhibits in the center are not meant to evoke nostalgia for some gauzy bygone era, some unattainable past that we can dream about and say, oh, we miss you, Barack. They're meant to remind us of who we can be.
And your book does a lot of soul searching about this quest, right, to be a more perfect union in America. And I'm wondering how you view the president's comments.
Well, I thought it was a breath of fresh air. We heard complete sentences for, I shouldn't say that, right? I thought it was a breath of fresh air. Look, America, in my view, suffers from what I call a divided soul. We imagine ourselves at once as a beacon of...
I'm going to pause him right there. Now, listen, folks, I'm going to play some more, but there's more to come about Elon Musk. But I want to tell everybody, I hope everyone is subscribed in the chat. The chat has been open, but I'm about to put it in subscriber mode. So we're going to find out who didn't subscribe in a second, but want to spend all day in a motherfucker's chat. That is the corniest thing ever. So I just want to warn people. So in a couple of seconds, it's going to be in subscriber mode, and we're going to see who even bothered to. Did you like the video? You want to spend, obviously, if you're spending an hour here, you must like something. Come on, subscribe so you can get a notification and come back and be a troll. But hey, let's do it. Subscribe, y'all, because it's going to go on. It's going to be in subscriber mode if you want to be in the chat.
White republic. We can't hold those two things together without contradiction, without depositing a kind of madness at the heart of the country. And what I think, what I hope, what I pray is that in this moment when we're so divided, that we can actually make the choice to be a beacon of freedom. We can debate what that is, but we cannot hold the view that some people ought to play minor bit parts in the nation's history, in the nation's present and future, while others sit at center stage. That I'm not an object of charity, that racial justice isn't a philanthropic enterprise, that the country doesn't belong to a specific set of folk, that we have to ignore the history so that we can be who we think we are without judgment. Now, I think if we're going to get to where President Obama just described, we're going to have to tell the truth about who we are, what we've done, so that we can release ourselves into a better future.
How do you see it, Lulu?
That's a lot.
I know.
That's like there's an entire world in that statement.
And I think it does hold special meaning today. We should note on Juneteenth.
Yes, it does indeed. This is at the heart of actually what we're experiencing now. I agree with you that what people are looking for is radical change. I think Donald Trump was an expression of that, actually, on the right. I think the debate on the left about moderates versus progressive, I agree with you. I think that those labels have ceased to have meaning. If you asked a regular person, even though we live in a highly partisan world, right, where it's red hat, blue hat, but if you ask a regular people, they hold so many contradicting opinions that could fall on all sorts of different spectrums. At the heart of this, though, we are a country that I believe many people think has lost its way. Mm-hmm. That we are a country at the moment that doesn't know what it should be in the world and inside the United States. Do we want to be a country that stands for democracy, that stands for freedom? And what does that mean? What does freedom of speech mean? Republicans have a certain view of that, and Democrats have a different view. These are fundamental differences that I think labels don't necessarily.
Right. And I agree with that 100%. There's a problem in the United States. And here's the thing. People may think of it in, how can I say, superficial terms. you know, when they try to compare other countries. A lot of arrogant Americans think that without even going anywhere else in the world and experiencing anything else, a lot of the arrogant Americans, they feel like the United States is the best it could be. It's kind of like being used to mediocrity, you know, in a sense, and they convince themselves that it's that great because they watch legacy media. They hear people, politicians call it great all the time, right? But a lot of these people never bother to qualify it, to seek other information outside. What is great? What is great if you don't have something to balance it off with? What is good if you don't have something bad to balance it off with? What is good if you don't have something better to balance it out with? You don't know how good you are. Maybe you're good, maybe you're bad, but you won't know how much, you know? And that's the thing about it. If you want to make things better, then you got to get into detail, and you got to know how good you are and how bad you are. And you got to know, you have to have some examples of it, you know? But the reality of it is that I can tell you my experience, right? Being born and raised in Washington, D.C. family goes on both sides, goes back to the colonial period, right? But as a grown ass man in my 30s, I moved to Denmark, right? Now, it took me some time. I've been traveling around the U.S. for a long time, outside of the U.S. too. So I didn't just move to Denmark, you know, but I've traveled across in different places in Europe too, right? But here's the thing. After a while, I started seeing that although these people have 5 fingers, 2 eyeballs, and typical humans like that, right? I started noticing something else, that these people, you notice somebody in the chat, they use the word white when they describe Denmark, you know, because some people like to use racialized language when they want to avoid a serious topic like healthcare or things like that. When they see Denmark is a country that has universal healthcare, they try to get people to focus on the color instead of focus on what they're doing, the character. And what I notice is that people outside of the U.S. are more patriotic. But what makes them patriotic? What makes them proud of their country? It is because of the basic rights they have. It is that simple. It's that simple. They know it. They know what they have, you know. The problem with Americans is that you are divided, and you can't be patriotic if you're divided. That's a false sense of patriotism. It doesn't work that way. You disagree with each other, you don't like each other, and you don't support each other when you have the opportunity to do something so basic that every other right wing and left wing and center group in every other Western country has done. They've already established what the bare minimum will be. Okay. The United States, they haven't done that because they're divided. You see, and they're going to stay. People are going to stay divided. I don't think they're going to change easily, you know, because they're used to being divided. They're used to being divided by race. They're used to being divided by gender. They're used to being divided by religion. They're used to being divided by so many things. And it's not all Americans. Obviously, you know, I don't come from a town like that. I come from the capital city, Washington, D.C. So I don't even identify with MAGA at all. But in the United States, you could see there's enough people, right, that look down on people like me. There's enough people across the United States that think everybody that comes from the East Coast is worthless, right? They think we don't know our Constitution because we don't carry a flag around. They think we're not patriotic because we don't cheaply, in a cheap manner, just throw the flag around us and say, see, I got my flag, I must be patriotic. No, bitch. No. Carrying your flag doesn't mean you're patriotic at all. It means you're super fucking official. Okay? It's like, that's what it means in the United States. I'm not speaking for other countries, but in the U.S., these right wingers carry that flag around superficially. They don't give a fuck about the United States of America. They don't give a fuck about American citizens, because if they fucking did, they wouldn't be thinking the way that they think, and they wouldn't be enacting the laws against other fucking American citizens the way that they do. They are hostile to America, and they are hostile to fellow American citizens, you know, and it's going to be a change sooner or later. Get ready. The change is coming. But the problem is that it doesn't have to be this way. You're stupid. So you make it this way. You are talking about someone's going to replace you. Yeah, someone is going to replace you because you're too stupid to vote for policy that fucking helps you. That's why you're getting replaced. That's why you're getting replaced. Every other country in the Western world has universal education. Do you know who's coming for your fucking job, dumbass? It's not because they want to replace you. It's because you don't fucking believe in universal health care in your own fucking country to educate your own fucking people, dumbass. So no one fucking replaces you. You're sick. You're going to die from being sick. You are going to be fucking replaced. Whether you like it or not. And the robots. Thank you. The robots that your dumbass allowed. You going to be replaced. We ain't. It's you. They going to be replaced. Go ahead, bro.
They don't understand that even something as pivotal as universal health care would eliminate the need for Medicare and Medicaid.
Yes.
Right? When you're an elderly person, you don't have to switch to a Medicare because you're already part of a universal program that provides you for your health care. Right? You're not waiting to get some sort of affordable health care at 65 if you make it to 65. Right? And you're more likely to make it to 65 if you've had your conventional checkups, if you have just your basic health care. When you're sick, you're not afraid to go to the doctor to accrue a bill that you can't afford with inflation and your pay rates not equivalent to inflation, right? So you're no more one bad day away from just being in pure poverty here in America, right? And that, if I'm not mistaken, the statistics are well over 50%. I think about 60% of Americans are no more than a bad paycheck away or two from poverty, right? From struggling and having to give up whatever they have, right? And things like saving money. If you pay a small percentage into a universal healthcare payer system, right? You now get to benefit from obviously not paying or paying a small copay for your medications, right? Instead of having to go down to Mexico and get affordable medicine because you can't afford it here in the US due to insurance companies, right? The insurance company cartels. You don't have to wait to go to, South America to go get dental because your dental would be a whole lot more affordable because you've paid into it on a basic tax level, right? But it goes down to the Red Scare. They assume that anything that you're paying into is some sort of socialist program.
Yeah, but they cool
right?
with
But
it.
we have socialism.
Yeah.
No, they're cool with it.
They cool with it when it's the military socialism.
Yes. Right, but then they scream, take care of our veterans.
Right. And don't.
And even that, even the VA care isn't enough to stop veterans from receiving the mental health care that they need, right?
Exactly, bro. They're not patriotic. They're not these greedy bastards are not patriots. They don't care. They don't care about veterans. They don't care about anybody, man.
The American flag as when they wave it, they see it as their right to be greedy, not as a group or a banner that represents Americans as whole, because they're quick to pull some fake card that is a checklist of what qualifies you to be American.
Facts.
Right? Meanwhile, they hold hypocritical standards as to what it is to be American themselves. Right?
It's
Half
warped.
of them.
It's warped, bro. It's like the wretched of the earth type of patriotism. It's phony patriotism, manufactured.
It is. It's manufactured, right? And when they don't like it, they'll call it Democrat. When they don't like it, they'll call it socialist.
Yeah.
Right? Because they don't have a basic understanding of what political science is. They've never left America, right? They've never left America. They haven't experienced an extended stay in some of these countries. For example, one of my friends ended up getting in an accident in Spain. She was freaking out. Come to find out, her bill turned out to be like $26.
Right.
$26.
And you know something?
And then another
go ahead.
$10 for her medication. And she was back.
Yeah, bro.
And she was like, wow, that was one of the best experience in a healthcare setting she's ever had.
They have laws, bro. It's that simple. You know, there's certain businesses that there's ethics going to be applied. When it's a vital industry, ethics are the most are so important. You're not supposed to be trying to make trillions off of someone else's pain and sickness, yo. What you're supposed to do is have an industry that is there, that is designed to make sure that those kind of things are taken out of the equation for your citizens. That's what taxes are for, you know? And they try to play this game in the US like tax dollars are not there to serve the citizens. You know, they try to turn it into it's there to support the corporations. It's there to support the military who protects the corporations. They brainwash people into thinking that none of that taxes you pay is actually there to support your family at all. It's crazy. And or not just your family, your neighbor. Your neighbor. Don't you want your neighbor doing well? Don't you want do you want your teacher going to work, getting sick, trying to figure out how she's going to do when she gets sick here? Like, I mean, you know, who's going to pay for it? Teachers don't get paid much in the U.S. Man, everything you said is 100% on point, and I'm so happy for the Democratic Socialists. I'm so appreciative of that movement. We've been talking a lot about that. We here for quite some time. In fact, you know, that's one of my main missions. I don't call it democratic socialism, though. That's the thing, because I live in Denmark as an American citizen. So I call it a social democracy, right? Or, you know, you can call it whatever you want. I just think socialism makes it a little taboo for Americans because we've been sold into this thing, you know. And then there's some other questions about, is it socialism or is it just a project, you know, in a capitalist country? You see what I mean? And in Denmark, people would say, no, it's a project. Healthcare, universal healthcare is a socialist project in a capitalist country. But the more you recognize how it works, it's not as easy. You shouldn't approach it black and white. And that's what I mean, because even in the Danish healthcare system, there's private businesses. I hope people realize that. It's not like it's all government workers doing it. No, it's actually not. But it's managed by the government. You see, when the management, the way it's managed, the government has a major role in it. You see what I'm saying? So, but then there's like, I work for a private company. You see what I'm saying? That works in the healthcare industry. You see what I'm saying? So taxpayers pay for the service that we provide. Everyone has a right to that service if they should need it, but it's actually a private company. You see what I'm saying? So don't get it twisted when they use these terms. And I think they've done a lot to scare Americans out of understanding how it can work better. You know, right now we just have a bleeding hole in the healthcare system. But education should be another thing. Why shouldn't every American know that, listen, if I want to become a doctor, I can do it. It has nothing to do with the money. All it has something to do is whether I can pass the entry exam, and then I can get into school. Very simple in the medical school. And you know, why should you have to think about it? Why should it be a matter of money? Why should debt be held over your head when you're the one that's going to school so you can serve your own community? That doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. You know? And right now you got a lot of uneducated, impoverished people that are no good to anybody. You know, not only to themselves, but nobody else, because they can't find a way to get an accurate education or get ahead, get a new trade. You know what I'm saying? They can't find, or when they get hit with a sickness in their family, oh, well, can't afford the operation, can't afford the treatment. No, you know, what do they call it? When you have a disease already or a sickness already, when you sign up to the
existing condition.
Right. Pre-existing condition. All of this shit, man. What is this? What is this?
Which, without Obamacare, a lot of individuals would have died. They would not have access to health care because they would not be qualified under pre-existing conditions.
Right.
This is the type of America that these people want.
Bro,
right?
If I go to the doctor, if I go to the doctor in Denmark, no, but there's nothing called pre-existing condition. You're either sick or you're not. And when you're sick, they help you get it fixed. It's that simple.
See, what it is individuals don't understand that you can have a pre-existing condition and still not be labeled fully disabled in America. Right?
Exactly. Facts.
And so people assume, if you have a pre-existing condition, you should just go ahead and apply for Social Security disability, as if that's a thing when it's not.
It's not.
Right?
Exactly.
Like you can have a degenerative bone disease and not have it affect you to the point where you just absolutely can't work.
Right. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
People don't understand that.
Handicapped people work. Sick people work.
Yes.
All the time.
And guess what? Guess what? They're more likely to work when they have what? Healthcare. They're more likely to be a productive member of society because their benefits aren't in jeopardy and dependent on whether they can get healthcare and afford that healthcare.
Right.
This is just a topic people don't understand the nuance of, right? And they'll get upset and say, my taxpayer dollars are subsidizing your care. Well, that's what a society is, right? Because now if that disabled person decides to go to work and is 20 years old, but here you are at 70 and they're helping pay your Social Security, wait, should they say the same thing about you?
Exactly. That's what society is for. That's just, and we try to defy that logic every time where someone can benefit, get a couple of million or some billions, or some company can get $1 billion scamming people, and I thank you for that. Everything you said is on point, bro. And yeah, exactly. So let me see here. What's the clock looking like? All right, we got like a half an hour more. Let's continue. Look, Democratic Socialists, they're bigging up. They're getting, a lot of people are getting behind this movement. As we saw this, let me bring it back here. Let me see. Can I bring it back? Look at the data. Let's look at the data from the top of here again.
The Democratic Socialists seem to be doing considerably better than they used to be, and they have the chance to knock off, in fact, Democratic incumbents in Congress. And part of the reason for that, why we're seeing these Democratic Socialists having such good chances or outright winning nominations, is take a look here. Net favorability among Dems. Democratic Socialists of America, look at that. A plus 17-point net favorability rating among Democrats. That is actually better. That is better than how congressional Democrats are viewed by Democrats at just plus 4 points. So no wonder that Democratic Socialists have such a good chance, because simply...
Right. So that's one issue there with the Democratic Socialists, right? We saw that, and it's becoming very popular because it's making sense to people. And listen, the United States of America is the only capitalist country in the West that doesn't have the certain things like universal health care and universal education. It is the eyesore of the West. It's not well. We look bad. We manage our country poorly. The United States. And the numbers are no accident. They are what they are. But and the numbers are bad. The numbers are bad. And I have an obligation as an American citizen to tell people what I know through not just theoretically, but through experience, living abroad, living outside of the U.S., seeing how things work in reality. I learned a lot. I found out that, actually shit is working. There's a better way to do things, and it's better for numerous reasons, not just one simple reason that somebody could avoid. Now, having said that, let's peep this. There's something that Mom Donnie, people have been asking Mom Donnie, because he's a Democratic Socialist. And Democratic Socialists, I think, Mike, you were saying that they look different. They're not all the same. They sound different. That's the difference. They're not so easily distinguishable. You can't say that they all say exactly the same thing or they all look exactly the same way, right? But this is Mom Donnie and something he was questioned about recently. So let's play it.
Members of the Jewish community, including Democratic Congressman Josh Gottheimer, were alarmed by the language you used at the rally last week, calling AIPAC monsters who move dark money. These are phrases that invoke old anti-Semitic tropes and conspiracy theories. What do you say to those who are concerned that the language you used is dangerous?
Now, I want to be very clear. We're talking about a status quo where children are being killed on a daily basis. More than 1,000 Palestinians have been killed by the Israeli military since the so-called ceasefire. Even an Al Jazeera journalist, Ahmed Wishah, was killed this past Saturday by an Israeli strike. And when I am speaking about AIPAC, I'm speaking about an organization that has been supportive of the status quo, that has fought any attempt to actually deliver safety to people, not just in Palestine, but frankly, through much of the region. And it is a status quo for immorality. It is one that I will not accept. And when it comes to the way in which they defend the status quo, oftentimes they defend it through direct contributions, as we are seeing right now in New York 13. Oftentimes they also support the status quo through dark money, by filtering money that would have previously been directly from AIPAC, now through other shell organizations whose identities of their contributors are only made clear after an election. And I think that it is important that when we ask ourselves how such death and destruction is happening overseas, we also name those who allow it to take place.
All right, we're going to go.
Right. So Democratic socialists are starting to look up, because this issue of AIPAC and Israel, it is not just a left issue anymore. It's a right issue also. Right wingers are not happy with that. And Trump pretty much betrayed them over this. You know, that was one of the things that Trump promised that he wasn't going to do. And a lot of, for different reasons. I'm not saying that every criticism of Israel is 100% correct. But listen, you can't debate the numbers. I mean, just since the ceasefire, 1,000 children, Palestinian children, this is beyond enough. This is beyond enough. And this is our tax dollars. And at the same time, they're talking about cutting more people's health care. They have money for this bullshit. They have money for this bullshit. So they don't have money for your life, your kid's life. But they have money to kill fucking kids somewhere else in some other fucking country, yo. That's your tax dollars. People should be ashamed. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
What Mamdani is pointing out is the fact that we've seen a large increase in secret PAC money, right? And so what he's trying to allude to, and what he's pointing out, is that AIPAC in particular, is not just AIPAC exclusively, but AIPAC is the most egregious when it comes to it, is they've essentially hidden their donations through the formation of other PACs. Right. So when you look up the donations in terms of who's donated to certain candidates, you won't be able to readily identify that it's AIPAC money that has funded some of these individuals. So an investigation comes in afterwards where they're linking the donations that have came back from those secret PACs to AIPAC. Right. So and again, it's not exclusively to AIPAC, but AIPAC is the most egregious when it comes to it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I understand. And so that has something to do with our campaign finance laws. And a lot of Americans don't even recognize the issue, sadly enough, because, again, just compare other nations. Other nations don't want this kind of crazy corruption going on. This is pure corruption. Spending money that way for political parties should be illegal. It should be illegal. You should not be able. An election shouldn't cost that goddamn much. And it shouldn't be about the money. You know, that is ridiculous. It should be every party should have an equal opportunity. If they're a party, they should all have the same amount of money, and the money should be limited. You see what I mean? It's supposed
definitely should be capped.
Right. It's supposed to be a government job. But when you have all of a sudden the campaigns cost $1 billion, that obviously tells you it's not a government job anymore. It's a private industry job. That's what it tells you. If you have to get $1 billion, if you got to get $2 million to be a public servant, $500 million to be a public servant, it makes no sense. That is utter pure corruption. And it is why Americans have the worst lifestyle in the Western fucking world. Period. Like, it is the reason. We are the laughing fucking stock. People are looking at us. People are with binoculars in Greenland like, damn, man, they still don't fucking get it? People, really, man? Motherfuckers are like, everybody gets it. Even the people that, I mean, no. I mean, really, everyone gets it. Americans don't get it. In the total dark.
You know what it is?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is a lot like we as Americans don't necessarily understand how newer our government is, right?
Yeah.
Like our government's not that old, right? Like we may think it's old, but it's not as old as a lot of these European countries, right? That have been around for hundreds of years, right? When it comes to just having a formed government, right? Yeah, for obviously America has the largest one of the largest populations as a country as a whole,
Right.
and we're obviously isolated when it comes to us being on the Western Hemisphere, but we also don't necessarily realize how new our government is, right? And how a lot of these countries, even the European side, have went through what we're going through just hundreds of years before.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Hundreds of years.
We weren't the brainchilds.
Yes. Right? Like, for instance, the idea of the left and right come from France.
Yeah.
Right? That idea of the left and right come from France.
Yeah.
Right? Where the more progressives stood on the left side and the more conservatives stood on the right. That's where we get the whole political ideology and speech is from French, right? And so when we look at it, America's still relatively new the way we think about politics, right? It's so black and white, where in other European countries, and most European countries, it's nuanced, right? They have a good diversity from left to right. Right.
True.
What it means to be a progressive, what it means to be
They're gonna have
Democrat.
They're gonna have 4 or 5 parties minimum, maybe more. Denmark's got maybe 20 major parties, damn near.
I mean, that's way more than what we have, right? And here, through donation and PAC money, we have forced the 2-party system, right? And that's what people don't understand. When we talk about funding and what it takes to run a campaign and how it's become so overly expensive, that leaves out your average mom and pop individual who has aspirations to represent their people in government, right? Now that person can't unless they fall in line with a 2-party system.
It's facts. Exactly. It breeds corruption. Yo, let me read some comments. Ashley, what's up? Ashley says something is wrong intellectually, or you're a racist if you still support Trump, or both. I can't support a Republican at all these days. Yeah, and let me see here. Let me see who else is in the chat. Madam, what's up? Madam says Mom Donnie is going to do good things for the people of New York. He practices the separation of church and state, and will put the people first. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I look at this guy's face. I watched him carefully, and he's a good guy. He's a good guy. Mom Dominic's a good guy. I can tell.
He is.
You know what I mean? He's
very visible, very transparent.
Very transparent, and he believes in. I think the guy wants to do good. He looks like he's a person that wants to do good, and yeah, like he's still wholesome. He's not corrupted. He doesn't, yeah. Let me see who else is in the chat though. Let me see. Okay, let me go up and see. Just want to make sure I'm not missing some people. Jen, what's up, Jen? I saw I missed some people. Ultimate not oh, he's talking about Obamacare. Yo, listen, one thing I want people to do when they come from the channel is don't take the talking points from years ago, because I guarantee you a lot of the information that I've been given on my channel, it's not typical. This is not typical conversation you're always going to get. So if you haven't learned anything on this channel, my thoughts is go to another channel. That's my thoughts. But I'm pretty sure people come to this channel because they're hearing things in a way that they maybe haven't heard them before, or there's some details that we're bringing up that maybe are not, they can't get everywhere. So, give us some credit too sometimes. But in any case, now let's move on. That was the Democratic Socialists. So big up to them. DC also, what's her name again? Yanis. I think Yanis is her name. Let me double check. It's open right here on the chat. It's no need for me to screw that up. Is it here? DC has a nominee, not a nominee, a person. Here it is. Here she is right here. I'm sorry. It is Yanis Lewis George. She has won the Democratic primary for Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, and she is also a Democratic Socialist. Let me put her image up here so people can see right here. Yeah, and if you want to donate to her campaign, by the way, right, because she's still got to run. Now, she's won the Democratic primary. She's pretty, that means in D.C., D.C.'s a Democratic stronghold. It's a pretty strong Democrat city. So that means she's likely to become the next mayor, but it's not guaranteed. So if you want to donate, or you know someone else who might want to donate, here, you might want to support her. Let me see. I don't know what the campaign rules are in D.C., but you can read them. I'm sure they're listed. Donate to Yanis.
When it comes to Democratic Socialists, they so far have historically gotten most of their funding from the people. That's how Mamdani won.
Yeah, they do. That's
right?
true. That is true. Absolutely. You're right, bro. And that is how they're doing it. It's campaign. Did I spell this right? Oh, yeah. I'm forgetting how to do this, man. I'm forgetting my English, bro.
I mean, yeah, you live in Denmark, so it's justifiable, right?
Just fix it if I. In Danish, it's called Campania. Campania. But this is just campaign. I'm forgetting how it's spelled. So, in any case, there you go. If you want to donate to her election, then do that. Or her candidacy. I'm sorry. Where is it at? Did I miss it? Let me pull it back up one more time so people can see what here it is. Here it is right here. This is the sister right here. And I've heard some good things about her also. So here you go. You just fill it out and boom. You can learn everything about her campaign, right? The daughter of a union postal worker. Yanis Lewis George is a third generation Washingtonian. That's how we get down in DC too. That matters, you know? Yeah, don't forget. We have communities in DC. People just like, you know, in other parts of the country, people are second, third, and fourth generation Washingtonians. Some people go back further than that. You know, some African Americans do. Now, let me see. Yanis fights for working families in DC because she knows firsthand what working people in DC are up against. As mayor, Yanis will continue to side with the working people to make DC safe, affordable, and a place where government works for residents in all of its wards or districts. So there you have it. So she's running for office now. Yeah, big up to her. I'm so glad that she won, and big up to DC people. Big up to DC for you guys found the trend. You guys went right at it. When, you know what I'm saying? When it happened in when it happened in New York, DC was like, we gonna do this shit.
I remember
too. Yeah,
Maine just elected Plattner, right? So they right in line with us. Maine is line with us as well.
Yep. And those numbers, look at these numbers again, just to remind people, these numbers don't lie. Democratic Socialists are up 17%. Look at that, 17%. And look at what it is for congressional Democrats, +4. But Democratic Socialists are even more popular right now than congressional Democrats, right? And of course they run under the same Democratic Party, obviously, right? But the ones that are Democratic Socialists in the Democrat Party are more popular right now.
But that's why the Democratic Party is now forced to align themselves with the Democratic Socialists, because if not, they will be disenfranchised in terms as a two-party system, right? They're forced to embrace, just like Republicans were forced to embrace MAGA. The Democrats are now forced to embrace the Democratic Socialists because the people are behind them. And if they don't back them, they lose the people. They lose their votes, right? They lose their popular Central Democrats, like your Hakeem Jeffries of the world, like your Chuck Schumers of the world. And this forces progression. This is what
they better jump on board. They better jump on board. I mean, what the people
if they don't, right? They will lose out on their party, and they're not trying to do that. And in a MAGA-driven Republican Party, they're not trying to do that. So they're forced, whether they like it or not, whether the Democrats like it or not, they are forced to be progressive by incorporating Democratic Socialist in their parties, right? When we're obviously looking at the DCs, the New Yorks, the Maines of the world, this is just the beginning, right? This is just the beginning of the movement that forces the Democratic Party to stop aligning with the center and be more left when it comes to its policies that disproportionately benefit its people, right? It disincentivizes that corporatization of what the Democratic Party has represented over the years, right? And the only other party that's going to be left behind is going to be the Republican Party, right? They're the ones who are going to suffer because they don't have any progressive leaders, right? And they're still stuck on Trump, who has been siphoning their wealth slowly but surely. And so,
yeah, go ahead. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, and so that just goes to show that, you know, with the Democratic Social Party being so prominent now, we're going to leave the Republican Party in the dust when it comes to progressiveness, and hopefully that will lead to more Republicans turning coat, more Republicans realizing, oh shoot, this party's not the party for me. This party is not going to benefit me and my family and the people I care about.
And that's what I wanted to say. You know, I think what I really like about the Democratic Socialist movement, right, in the United States, is that it actually is more. It can benefit more Americans. It's not really about whether you're a Democrat. It's about what is the tax system that we use for. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
Should the tax system, the taxes that the American people pay, should it be put to use to make sure that there is a social safety net for American citizens? You know, that meaning making sure all American citizens have access to health care, making sure every American citizen has access to education, right? Making sure, you know, there's some a certain amount of fair housing that exists, mixed housing, of course, but housing spaces for families that even if you in your own town, even if you don't make a whole lot of money, you know, these kind of things. I know there's more examples, you know, but housing's a big part of this, bro. Elder care, you know, why doesn't I think this party benefits way more Americans, and I think if people use rational sense and realize it's about their tax dollars, how their tax dollars are going to be used. Is it going to go to foreign wars? Is it going to keep going to Israel to fight Iran? Is it going to keep going to invading people? Is that what we're going to do? What is our money for? Because we spend a lot of money on that shit. And also how we spend the money. We're wasting so much money giving taxpayer dollars to billionaire corporations, bro. That's what's killing us, man. It's killing us. We have the private industry managing our shit, our government, and wasting loads of money. Yeah.
They'll have us believe that it's the social programs that we spend too much money on.
Right. And it
right?
ain't. It is
while
nowhere
siphoning that money. Exactly. It is nowhere in comparison to what we provide, even when it comes to these corporations, the subsidies we give to the Elon Musks of the world for them to become trillionaires and not pay their fair share in taxes, while in fact getting tax cuts, right? Do we think it's a coincidence that we drop the big beautiful bill and somehow Elon becomes the first trillionaire? Those are directly correlated to each other.
Yeah, exactly. That was made to happen. That's
exactly.
horrible,
it was designed to happen, right?
Yeah.
And when we see that and don't put the correlations, this is what I mean by our American system has failed us when it comes to education, right? When we think about it, more educated individuals leads to more upward mobility, class mobility. More upward class mobility leads less poverty. More healthcare leads to longer life.
Yeah.
Longer life and better paying jobs equals to a better paying taxation. Yeah. Right? You are able to tax people who make more money. Right?
Hey, check this out. You know, in Denmark, McDonald's is a private corporation. It's a corporation just like it is in the U.S. McDonald's. Same corporation, by the way. Same conglomerate. Global, right? But why do people in McDonald's pay $20 an hour here?
Wow.
You see
they don't even get paid that here in New York City.
That's what I'm saying. And it's students. It's students.
You get paid 17 an hour. We still don't even get paid that.
Most of it is, check this out. Most of it is students that go, they might, not all the students, some students don't get free education. When you come from the outside, maybe you don't. Some people pay. It depends on what it is. There's details, so it's never good to just blanket things, right? But generally in Denmark, every Dane, every person that lives here, that is a resident here, has family here, its education is free and it's paid for, right? But when you just come here for education only from the outside, then it's not free in the same way, right? It's not free like that. So I don't want people to.
It's still a whole lot more affordable than in the U.S. Even if it's not.
But it's
right?
still affordable.
Even if it is.
Exactly.
There you go.
But if you're a person that is a student in any situation, maybe you might work at McDonald's for 1 or 2 days a week, man, and that is supplementing your income enough, So the students are getting $20 an hour, bro, to work at McDonald's.
That's amazing.
And do you need me to go look and find out if the same meat is used?
No,
because I have a strange suspicion it ain't.
I'm sure it's not.
Oh yeah, man. Did you know McDonald's over here has chicken wings?
Oh wow.
They have chicken. I think there's some things you don't get. Yeah, but seriously, man. I don't even think the meat. I think there's laws against that shit that they sell in the U.S. over here, man. They don't let you have it. I'm pretty sure. We ain't going to stop. We're not going to go there today. But let's hear what they got to say about your boy Elon here real quick, since you brought him up. So let's go. Oh, is it on? Audio. Here we go.
Congressman Ro Khanna calling for him to be in prison, jailed, etc. And here to discuss these.
Who's calling for him to be in jail, to be imprisoned? Somebody's calling for Ro Khanna?
Not enough people.
No.
Put it that way.
Hold on. Oh, okay. I thought he said somebody. I thought somebody was. No, it's Elon Musk is calling for Ro Khanna to be put in prison.
Yeah.
This is bullshit, bro. You see what I mean? The private industry is managing the government in the U.S. That's crazy.
And the influence is money, right? The influence is the money, right?
They
can say these things publicly because there's no backlash, and they have the influence to say it because they're popular, right?
Europe, yep, exactly. Europe, you should pay close attention to this. Imagine a corporation, a corporate leader talking to a parliamentary leader calling for their arrest.
That's insane.
Is this what you want in your country? Is this what you want in your country? The private industry is managing the fucking U.S. government right now.
That's insane.
Like that is that's just to hear Elon Musk even be willing to say that. Yo, that has to be has to be a cost to him saying that. Like people have to take. They got to let him know, man. Your money is you only have your money because we allow you to. Like seriously, it should be.
Where's the fining behind that? Right? Where's the fine behind that?
We're giving him our money.
Fine.
Yeah, there should be a fine. He should never be. No one should be able to speak that way to a congressional member. Like just because you have all that money, you're calling for his arrest for what? I mean, it shows you the pompousness of it. Like he's that.
I mean, he's working, right? He's
mind.
the first trillionaire. He can afford the fine. Let's fine him. Like.
Yep. Yeah. Give his ass $100,000 fine. Fuck it.
Look, and that's pennies on the dollar.
That's nothing. He
$100,000 for every comment he's made.
He gets the millions every day. So, but here, let's hear what they're talking about here. Let's see.
The ravings of a lunatic with me, or is the person in question, Congressman Ro Khanna. Congressman, you came on my podcast. We spoke about Elon Musk, and now he's completely melting down.
Do me a favor, everybody. Please click the like button. Please click the like button. It's 150 people watching, only 77 likes. Please click the like button, y'all. Appreciate it. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Also, appreciate it, y'all.
A few minutes of conversation with you, Jennifer, would get the world's richest person to have a total meltdown on X. I mean, doesn't he have better things to do than talk about our conversation? He's fired off 7 tweets. He said that he wants to sue me. He said that he wants me in jail. And what's sad about this is it's not intimidating to me, but it's basically trying to silence any criticism. And all I did is cite an academic study, the Lancet study, which has said that those U.S. aid cuts that Doge made potentially could lead to the deaths of millions of children around the world. I didn't even think it was very controversial. It's a UCLA-backed academic study. And the response is to put me in jail or sue me. I mean, it's really a mindset into how the oligarchy operates.
Yeah. And the fact that he thinks he has that power to do that, he's a private citizen now. And to think that he has the reach of the DOJ is really troubling. Let me ask you this, as it pertains to that study. A federal judge found that Musk likely acted as Doge's de facto leader in dismantling USAID, ruling it likely unconstitutional. The lawsuit is still active with a separate class action by USAID contractors also moving forward as of April 2026. So your job as a congressman, part of it is oversight, correct?
I'm on the oversight committee, and we voted to subpoena him because it must get a side of the story that he now seems intent on saying that it didn't lead to the potential deaths of millions of children. He had the opportunity to come before the oversight committee and actually comply with the subpoena and explain what he was doing. He never did that. He had the opportunity to actually show that he was acting in a constitutional way. He never did that. He ignored Congress. He acted at basically dismantling parts of Doge. And now he, instead of taking accountability and saying, okay, yeah, let me come to Congress and explain what I did or provide transparency in what I did, he's basically threatening any member of Congress who's willing to ask a question. And he's saying, look, I'm going to come after you. I'm going to come after you financially and sue you. I'm going to come after you by telling my buddies in the Trump administration to try to put you in jail.
Does the question still remain for you all and for this judge? If what he did, was it legal? Like, nobody voted for Elon Musk, and the president just made up this organization, Doge, put him in charge of it, and he went and made a lot of decisions, undemocratic decisions that nobody really voted for. And is there a question as to the legality of what he did and that oversight wants to explore?
Absolutely. There's a question of whether he blatantly violated congressional statutes. You can't just go into the executive branch, even if you're the president of the United States, you can't go in and just say, well, I don't want to follow the law that Congress has passed. And Congress passed a law about what money should be in USAID and what those agencies should be. And he way exceeded, in my view, the discretion that he had as an executive branch. And to your point, it's not even that he was a president. He was a appointee that allegedly violated the law. And that is a legitimate, that's why you have a oversight committee to do that exact work.
And Mehdi Hassan, our friend, has chimed in here. Kylie, pop up this tweet. Mehdi says, it's funny that Musk wants to sue Ro Khanna over his speech because, number one, Musk claimed to be a free speech champion and absolutist, which of course he isn't. Number two, Khanna simply linked to an academic study of deaths from USAID cuts, which Musk presided over. Number three, Musk just called Khanna a robber and an insider trader, which is way more defamatory and actionable under U.S. libel law as statements of false facts. So maybe it's time for Khanna to sue Musk. First, answer the part about Elon Musk's mirage that he is a free speech absolutist and is now triggered about our podcast. And number two, about him constantly defaming other people.
Why doesn't he come on and debate me here on your podcast, Jennifer? It's an open invitation. I mean, what's he afraid of? I thought he was a free speech person. Now he's saying, well, he wants to sue me because I went on a podcast and said that he should come before Congress to explain his cuts. How about a debate here? That's what free speech is. And yeah, I don't know whether his comments calling me a robber and going after me are defamatory or not, but I don't believe in just suing people I disagree with. If I were bringing lawsuits against everyone who would have who's defamed me, I'd be doing nothing other than suing people. But guess what? I'm actually thick-skinned, and I actually believe in a debate. And I thought that was the whole MAGA ethos. We're tough. We're going to debate. We're not just going to hide behind lawfare. Well, come debate. Come have a conversation. And people who know me, Jennifer, you know me. If anything, they say, he's often in a suit and tie. I'm not one of those people who's out there angry. You want to meet some of the younger folks? They're angry. They want far more punitive things than someone like me. I'm 49 once. I'm just trying to have a new social contract. And if they're lashing out in this way against me, they have no idea about the younger generation and how upset they are and shafted they feel.
All right, let's pop up, Kylie, number 2, where Elon Musk says about Doge today on Twitter. He says the standard applied by Doge was very simple and easy. Provide contact information for the recipients of aid so that we can confirm it is not fraudulent. The reality is that money was being sent to corrupt politicians under the guise of aid. Liars and stock insider traders like Roe the Robber should be in prison.
Yo, let me say what's up to Honest Dave. What's up to Karina? What's up? Yeah, and who else is in this chat? Nevada Under Pressure. Never Under Pressure. I'm sorry about that. What's up? And
so extraordinary
what's up, y'all?
Claims require extraordinary evidence, and that's why we have a court system. And so he is claiming that U.S. aid was fraudulently spent. And have you seen any documentation to support the veracity of these claims?
No, I'm not. And we invited him to Congress. We said, okay, if you want to show that there are programs that Congress has authorized that aren't working, come before Congress, show us what those programs are, make the case to Congress for why they need to be curtailed. Does anyone believe that if he came to the American people and said, here is my evidence of fraud, that Congress is going to say, no, yes, we just want to keep spending on fraud? Of course not. But he didn't come a single time. He didn't make the case to the American people. He just started to engage in the restructuring of Doge, and the academic study that I cited shows that this had real-world consequences. Real-world consequences for millions of kids who have no voice in the political process, zero voice. And if someone here is not going to speak up for them just out of humanity, then no one will speak up against them. And, and then he starts lashing out against me or, they ran on all this stuff against me. They put up because I'm for a wealth tax. I said a 5% wealth tax on billionaires, and they were upset, and they ran this guy, Ethan Agarwal. They gave him over $1 million, went after me personally in false ways, and he got 6% of the vote, and I got 63% of the vote. We just had this election, So they can't beat me. That the lies aren't working. And they are afraid. And why are they afraid? Because they've got a guy from Silicon Valley who knows their game, who knows them, who represents that district, saying, you know what, you can actually pay a small, modest tax so everyone has a fair shot. You know what, it's not cool what you did with Doge. And I'm not afraid of them. And this is what scares them, because if I'm going to be doing this, then maybe 434 other members start doing it. And that's why they're going after me.
Facts, yo. So they trying to, Elon Musk wants to sue Rokan and is threatening. Actually, he wants them thrown in jail too. He actually said that too. I believe something to that effect. But yeah, so this is the private, corporations attempting to manage the U.S. government. You see how the roles have changed? The U.S. government's role is to manage the corporations, but it is totally turned over on the head now. They have so much money, they're telling congressional members what you going to do, or we're going to sue you, or we're going to make your life miserable. And this is how they do it. Like Elon Musk literally had the nerve to threaten Rokan. I mean, and it's not the only act that's happening. I mean, this is what Trump allowed. Trump allowed Elon Musk in the government. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Trump made this playbook, right, of suing anyone who says something that you don't like, forcing you to go through litigation and pay money to be able to be represented, right?
Right, exactly.
That's what Trump. This is right out Trump's playbook, right? And so they're the oligarchs are now using this as the guideline to silence people who oppose them.
Yeah.
Right? Speak out against me, I take you to court. Even if I lose, guess what? You spend hundreds of thousands in litigation.
And they're going to
Hundreds of
see
thousands
who's
of dollars
chicken
that you may
shit.
not have.
Yeah, and they get to go around and see who's chicken shit, who's going to stand up, and who's going to be a sellout and just sit down and be quiet. And it's actually scary when you know that they're doing it, but you don't have a choice but to fight. You don't have a choice. You're going to lose your country if you do not stand up against what is happening. You won't have a country left, And it has gone amok. Like these people, the wealthy, the corporate, the oligarchs think they run the fucking United States of America, and they're comfortable saying it now. They're comfortable giving ultimatums to goddamn congressional members. Like, are you crazy? I never thought I'd see the day, man. But here it is. Elon Musk got 3 passports. This is what MAGA patriots want. Apparently.
Elon Musk's Grok is now being sued over the production of child sexual abuse material.
This is what they see as America first.
Yeah.
Right? Even though they'll never reach a fraction of the wealth that Musk has obtained through us subsidizing and growing him as a businessman, quote unquote businessman, right?
And this shows
It's
you
sad.
It is sad. And this shows you how they played them, because they knew exactly how they think. They know exactly. They got these people running around looking for foreigners, and this motherfucker's a foreigner. I mean, he's a citizen now, but he wasn't born in the United States, right? He's lived in the United States. How many years has Musk lived in the United States?
He's been here since the eBay era. PayPal. He started PayPal.
Okay, let's
so
see.
I want to say 90s, early 2000s.
How many? Let me just check that out. How many? Yeah, so that's almost 20 something years.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. I'm curious about that. Yeah. 34 years. 34 years. Okay, since 1992. Yeah, you hit that on point. All right, now let's see what else they have to say. Elon is in. This is serious though, right here.
And this, to me, if you've been following our coverage, feels kind of inevitable after Elon Musk's drive to encourage Twitter's users to undress real people using that AI tool. And once it was discovered that included underage people, they just kept letting them do it for a long time. And it appeared, this is my speculation, that Elon Musk had made the decision that trying to appeal to perverts, including potentially criminal perverts, was the best possible way to get people to pay to use Grok and to spend more time on Twitter. And then in exchange for the money that he was drawing from that, what happened was millions of sexualized images were produced in a very limited period of time, almost all of them of women, the vast majority totally non-consensually. By the way, half of all of the images during the studied time produced on Grok were these undressed images. So it was very clearly a big part of the market at that point. And during that time, something like 23,000 images appearing to depict children in states of undress were produced. Now, this went on over a period of weeks. Elon Musk was told about it and did nothing. He could have protected his users. He could have protected these young girls, but instead he kept getting the money, getting the check day after day after day after day. And by the way, U.S. officials have made clear that sexually explicit computer-generated depictions of children are illegal. So if you are producing a service that does it and you're told about it and you keep it going, kind of feels like you should be in some legal trouble as a result of that. Now, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just following the case. But here is what's going on with that case. There are 3 different teenagers in Oklahoma that are now suing XAI, the maker of Grok, accusing it of stealing images of them off the internet to then use to produce child pornography.
Damn!
2 of them are still minors, by the way. They seek damages for child pornography violations and aim to prevent the company from allowing image editing like that was used to alter.
So they took real people's images, real people, and then they made those real people naked. And then they put them out on the net. Is that what they're saying? I believe that's what
Exactly what they're saying, right?
Child pornography,
exactly what they're saying.
Damn. Oh my God.
That is exactly what they're saying.
And this went on for weeks. and they didn't do anything about it. And this, man, but this is part of this. It seems like the humiliation ritual, like getting away with doing things and having the American public watch that no one's doing anything to stop it. You know, like, sure, he's being brought to court now, but this happened, what, a year ago?
Yeah, more than a year ago, just more than a year ago.
Huh. All right, let's hear some more.
A bit over a year.
Okay, a little over a year. All right, let's speak some more. Let's see what else they got to say. Do me a favor, y'all. If you hear me, click the like button. If you haven't clicked the like button, do me a favor, click the like button. It's going to help more people find the stream. That's actually how the algorithm works. So, but in any case, let's go on.
And attorneys allege that the company XAI fostered an environment in which the spread of child sexual abuse material was inevitable, as the technology and the company's public messaging encouraged people to create explicit images. Elon Musk was himself making images undressing people, including himself, by the way.
What? He was making images himself? Man, oh wow, that is just crazy. But why would I expect less? Why would I expect less? I don't.
He didn't personally produce images.
They even did images of his ex-wife, of his his baby mother, one of his newer baby mothers. They did explicit images of her as well.
Man, these people, bro, like. Yeah.
But this is what they want under free speech, right? This is what they consider free speech. It's what your average MAGA conservative believes, right? This is what they see. Oh, I should have the right to do this until it's their kid, until it's them.
Until it's them. Yeah, exactly. Until it's them, and then all of a sudden, nope, sorry. Yeah, it's actually sad, man. Well, he's getting sued, and I would advise everybody to sue his ass. Even the people. Even the people that did it, just sue Elon Musk. Fuck it. Just like you just say, I was told by Elon Musk this was okay. Yeah.
Class action lawsuit.
Yeah.
Make
exactly.
it happen.
Yeah. That's what I think. All right, so let's hear some more. Let's see.
But I'll remind you that like girlfriend avatar thing that he was interacting with certainly looked pretty young, so he wasn't exactly cautioning people against that sort of thing. And so Musk in the past has said he was not aware of any underage images being produced. That is just a demonstrable lie. There was a lot of conversation for a number of days about that, people begging him to do something about it, and he ignored it. And it's not like he just wasn't on Twitter to see it. The dude's on Twitter right now, by the way. He's on there. He knows what's going on, and he knows where the money is coming from. So this is my speculation, and the case obviously has to play out, but I feel like something seriously needs to be done about Grok. That's just me. Keith, what do you make of this sort of thing? And the rise, by the way, of these deep fakes on the internet.
Well, I feel like if any other person made a child pornography generator, they would be immediately arrested and they would have face charges. Now,
yeah, they made a child pornography generator. Doesn't matter if it could cook popcorn at the same time. You know, they used it for that. So it is, in essence, that too. And yeah, but this is the United States right now. And again, where are the fucking laws? There's no laws anymore in the U.S., man. This is supposed to be illegal. This should have been cracked down on criminally, right? Isn't this a criminal act? Why is it in civil?
Right?
Yeah, why is it in civil court?
Well, it's in civil court because they want a payment.
Yeah,
right?
because the plaintiff can bring it to civil court. Right,
it would also take for a DA to bring up those charges.
Exactly.
Right?
And that ain't happening, right?
It's not going to happen under this administration.
But it happened in France. Already, they invaded the offices. They seized materials. Yep. France is not playing. That's what I'm trying to tell my comrades, my fellow Americans. No other country is letting these people fucking step on them. Like nobody else. It's only us that's letting it happen. Like people need to wake up. All right, now let's hear some more from Keith real quick. Let me see here.
If any app were to have been found to have been generating or even sharing child pornography, that app would be immediately banned from the App Store and from Google's App Store. Yeah. It is absolutely crazy to me there haven't been any consequence. Is it going to take a lawsuit to get some sort of consequence, or at least the appearance of a consequence? It's also just a sign that like there really are two sets of rules. Like if I made an app that did that, I would be immediately arrested. But the richest man in the world gets a little like tisk tisk. Don't do that.
Yeah. Well, and by the way, look, I think you're right that just him being incredibly wealthy provides him a level of legal protection that's insane. It's unspoken, but it's also undeniable. But let's also
exactly. Yo, Never Under Pressure says, Mike, please tell V about the Doge lawsuit deposition. Yo, did you hear something about the deposition on that? The Doge lawsuit? What was that? I think. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I'm trying to think. Did we talk about this already? The Doge deposition? Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. I think for like a brief moment. I don't know if me and you discussed it, but I was aware of it. But what is there something I'm missing about it? I'm not sure. Yeah. Maybe we should review that. We're gonna review. I'll review that. Not now, but we can the next stream. We'll review it. Listen though, it's 3:44, bro. 3 hours and 44 minutes. Let me just hop over to the last one. It's not the last one I had planned, but it's going to have to do. But it's also about Elon Musk and SpaceX. That way we can sum it up with Elon Musk. He's an example
All right, so apparently
he's an example of what is bad with the United States. Like there's no regulations whatsoever. So, yeah, and he's able to do anything that he wants. And apparently, Tulsi Gabbard doesn't want to do a damn thing about it. And even if she was still in office, she wouldn't try. It's terrible.
All right, so apparently the AI bubble is absolutely popping today as SpaceX and Elon Musk are crashing out. And let me show you guys what's going on. So this was your headline then. S&P 500 closes lower as tech stocks slide. SpaceX notches 3-day losing streak. Yes, 3 days in a row now, SpaceX stock has been down. And then today was the big one, 16% down, 1.6. SpaceX stock tanks 16%, extending slump following post-IPO rally. And if you guys know anyone in this thing, or if you're in this, let me know where you're at. But at the moment, yeah, it's down. Now, they had a bunch of announcements today, though, which I want to go over, which is crazy in itself. SpaceX bond offering expected to raise at least $20 billion, okay? So they need to refinance their debt. I think they have like $29 billion in debt. From the IPO, though, they're supposedly raised $85 billion. And then they said they have $100 billion in cash. So there's a lot of pies in the air with this company. We'll leave it that way. And then when you're looking at the stock was down 16.43% to precise, and after hours it's kind of bouncing down. I think it hit 153 at the lowest, and then currently at 155 in the after hours. So this is where we're at, and it was a one-way ticket if you watched it today. Here's some more. Bullish investors are betting big on prospect of Musk driving long-term returns at SpaceX. Okay, so if you think Musk can do it, and you're all in, I guess. The company posted a $4.9 billion net loss in 2025, so that's not good. You're losing money, and lost $4.28 billion in the first quarter. Ow! So if that trend continues, I mean, you're just bleeding billions in this idea that, hey, take all my money. I guess some people are all on board with that. For example, this is someone from our community writing that they know someone who's in this stuff. This is from Medio. Medio says, at work yesterday, I heard this kid, not a day over 20, so young kid, talking on the phone about his, quote, investments. I asked about it, and he told me, yeah, bro, I'm doing pretty good. I just sold my Bitcoin to go all in on SpaceX. Face love, right? So if you know any of the bros who are absolutely making bank with SpaceX today, let me know. But yeah, it's down 16%. It is still above the IPO price if you got in early. I believe that was 135, and then at the moment was at 155. So
what?
The people are going to say, oh, Chris, you're so dumb. It's not crashing. We're at 155. But the thing is, it topped out around 225. So some people are down pretty big. If you're buying at 220, please raise your hand. I'd love to hear about that if you know anyone.
That's whack, bro. So it's basically done. And now they're going to get government payouts, right? Yeah, they're going to continue to get government payouts. He's going to try to do the bond thing. They're in debt, but yet they had the nerve to go public. Like, it's just, is that what people do these days? When they in debt, when they billions in debt, they just go public. That's the time you go public. I don't understand it. It sounds to me like it's an easy way for people to lose their goddamn money. But you can bet on it if you like. I'm gonna go with gold. I think gold is a good thing. It's probably going to rally again. So it's still up from last year, but it was up even higher, and then it warmed off. And there's a few other things I'm looking at, but in any case, folks, I will be back. We will be back 18 hours from now, and where we will be reviewing the news again. It's been like 3 hours, 49 minutes now. So, hey, that's enough for this moment. You know, some people think that it's easy to do short videos. Yeah, it is to some degree, but you know, nah. I prefer to do all the news at one time instead of sit down 5 different times, right, in the day. Of course, it puts some breaking news we don't get totally fresh, but that's okay. We'll roll with the analysis. That's what we're good at, doing some kind of in-depth analysis here, so people can take their time. And also for those that maybe haven't really had an opportunity to discuss some of these topics, you know, they get an easy way in instead of a crash quick course. But in any case, I appreciate everybody for coming out. Please click the like button if you haven't on your way out. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. We doing this like 5 days a week, 5 times a week minimum, right? Also, I have my expert co-producers coming in now, but they're already giving commentary. We had Michael from Brooklyn, so big up to Michael, big up to New York, to the Knicks for closing that out for everybody. Yeah, that was wonderful for the East Coast, right? And
today as well. So anyone in New York City, we're voting for the midterms.
Oh, hold on. Let me see something. Hold on. Say that again. You got an election?
We have midterm elections today. So today's voting.
Oh, wow.
For us here for the midterms.
Okay, and what are the seats?
York.
What are the seats in New York today that are up for grabs? Oh, you're gonna pull it up? Yeah, that's good. Exactly. Yeah, Mike is expert. Doing political commentary specifically, pretty much, right? And but did you pull it up? And then we also have Friars that comes as well, that's involved and engaged also in elections. So so I have that to my benefit, and kudos to me, y'all. Kudos for being solid and attracting some good people, you know, to come and give some information that otherwise may not be available. Listen, but if you're not registered to vote, right, then my advice is go out and get registered to vote. Maybe if it's not for the election in New York. So if you're already registered, then you can participate. But for the elections that are happening the rest of the year, it's all the way up to November. Listen, register to vote. Call your county clerk, register of voters or board of elections, and make sure you are registered to vote in your state with the correct address. And if you don't have the correct address, right, or there's an issue with that, right, then you can also go here and you can do what? You can register to vote online right here, vote.gov. You can register to vote here, and you just go down here, type in your state, boop, 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 boom, pick it. Let's say I'm DC, so we pick here, boom. There you have it in DC, right? And then you can in DC, you can do all of this online. So you can change your address, you can update your registration, or you can register for the first time if you want. So that's just an example. But on that note, big up
Sorry,
to.
I was on mute.
Oh, what were you gonna say? Yeah.
We have a few positions up. We have the U.S. House of Representatives. We have a lieutenant governor, comptroller.
Okay.
So we have a few for this midterm election.
Okay.
But honestly, it's looking really progressive. We have a few progressive candidates here, and a few that Mamdani has backed. So.
And you're talking about New York. Yeah.
Yes, we're talking about New York in general.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
So they have more local boards that for the midterm. So obviously for certain districts here. But we do have a representative for the House up for vote for New York as a whole.
Okay.
So that's where the midterms. Obviously, the midterms. Essentially, what midterms are is you have more of your local positions within your district, within your city or state, and then the main reason why this is so big for everyone as a whole is because you have a House representative. So remember earlier I had said, the House of Representatives is definitely going to turn
Whose
blue
seats?
because that
Who? Okay.
that's
Yeah.
who.
Yeah. I got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, because that's where the main for every state, right? You're voting for the most part on your House of Representatives, who you're electing to go up for the House of Representatives. So that's where everyone screams, midterms, blue wave, or just in general, because aside from your more local positions like comptroller and other positions, it's mainly the House of Representatives that you're choosing when you're going up for these midterms elections.
Okay. I got it. So is Hakeem running today, or no?
Hakeem, honestly, Hakeem is it? I don't
Schumer?
I know he's up. He's up for re-election this year.
Okay. What
I'm
about
not
Schumer?
sure who's in opposition,
Okay. And Schumer's not
but a
either
lot of
today.
Democrats have already backed him. So unfortunately, even Mamdani, he hasn't fully endorsed Jeffries, but he hasn't endorsed any of his rivals who would run against Jeffries. So
Okay.
that's unfortunate for that part.
Okay.
I'm sure, obviously, unfortunately, he's playing the political gambit when it comes to, still getting the support of the overall central DNC. And that's unfortunate, but in hindsight, he is promoting a ton of Democratic socialists for more local positions here within New York City and New York.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's looking good, man. We'll see. And plus progress, it's not always a straight line, It can move to the left or right a little when necessary, or maybe sometimes you don't get everything you want all the time, but some strides are being made, man, and it's being felt, So I'm really happy about this guy. It takes time to learn people. I found out about Mamdani a little late, I would say. Not the latest, but a little late. But once I found out about him, I paid attention because I could see this is just a good guy. And I could see a lot of people try to make it seem like it's his religion or some, just try to find some culture war reason why you can't give a good guy who's a hard worker and knows what he's talking about a break. You know what I mean? He seemed like a solid New Yorker, a good guy, man. Yeah. Cares about people.
For example, the reason why midterms are so important is because I think obviously it just so happened to be that it was also coincided for us in New York as, a mayoral run. But now with the midterms, that allows for us to vote in positions in alignment with the mayor to put pressure on the governor, right? Who's also up for re-election, right?
Right.
So now it helps promote the alignment of someone who is a Democratic Socialist as a mayor for New York City, Mamdani, but it gives him more bargaining power the more strength he has in terms of who's surrounding him and who supports him, the comptroller and whoever else, even on a House of Representative level. If they all support Mamdani and his movement, the governor is now forced to back a lot of the bills and legislations that he wants to put forth and plans that he wants to put forth in terms of affordable housing. And, ideally right now we're working towards a state-run grocery store that allows for more affordable groceries. And he's trying to get 3 of those within the boroughs that allows to give individuals an affordable option, right? A more affordable option in competition with your private bodega stores or supermarkets that price up things heavily, right? That helps bring down and regulate inflation and shrinkflation, right? Which means less bang for the same buck, right? That 12-ounce bag of chips that you once bought for, $3 is now a 9-ounce bag that now you spend $3.50 on or $3.25 on, right? So it stops the corporate greed to an extent, and it readjusts in a fair pricing manner, because now it's either you lose your business to this state-run grocery, or you fall in alignment and compete with this state-run grocery by having a same affordable price or something not far off, right?
Facts,
And so,
bro. Yeah,
little
yeah.
things like that bring progression, right? And they help compete in a capitalistic market, right?
Wow.
Especially in a heavily, diverse city like New York, when it comes to both wealth disparity, income, and low income as well.
Yo, bro, you broke that down. That was very comprehensive analysis there and breakdown. Yo, thanks for helping people understand what's going on in this special moment. Like, I got everything you said, and you're right. Things are aligning. A lot of seats are up for grab in this one year. And typically, it's not always like that. But this year, it turns out that Mom Donnie is also there, and then also these others, right? So, yeah, it's a good year. I would encourage people to celebrate, but don't forget the fight is just beginning. Like, this is your country, the United States I'm talking about. Although I'm an American, I live outside of the United States, but it's my country, and I'm going to be here. Like, I literally planned this podcast because I knew that this shit was going to be a fight. And I actually spent some time learning from another guy, just watching and learning the basics from ground up. Like, it was literally a plan because I saw some of this shit coming. And listen, and now, I'm actually, able to do something. I'm able to contribute. But listen, in heart, I'm with everybody in the U.S. Of course, my children are here. Myself, I'm here too, but I'm with everybody in the U.S. It makes me cry to see this shit from the outside. I would never thought I saw the day, but I did know something would be bad. But listen, now is the time for all Americans, no matter where we are, inside, outside. We all have to do our part in getting rid of this this crazy regime, but also making sure it can never happen again. And we're going to start with the idea about what the hell should our tax dollars be used for? Because they're our tax dollars. And the other one is, who runs the country? Is it the corporations or is it the goddamn people? Like, yeah, we got to figure that one out. And I'm happy because now it seems like slowly and surely the average person is becoming more comfortable with saying, wait a second, why is it only us that operate this way in the West? Mm-hmm. Why does everyone else have universal health care and we don't? Why does everybody else in the West have universal education? I don't want to be left behind. I don't want to be replaced. Well, if you don't want to be left behind and you don't want to be replaced, get to doing something. Stand up for yourself. And this is what it looks like when you do. Boom. Big up to Bernie Sanders, y'all. Yep. Now, you see this shit right here? He's in the swamp.
Pay attention to your neighbor states, right? Pay attention to what's happening here in New York. If you're not too familiar with legislation and policies that can happen in your state, look towards more progressive states like New York. Right. See what policies we're passing that can help our people. And in turn, you can fight for those same things within your state, within your city, and try to make it more viable and more progressive. Right.
Facts.
No one's saying be on the front run, but when you pay attention, you notice a lot more. Right. You can notice, oh, that benefited New York City. That can benefit, that would be great if they had it here. From wherever you are, right?
Right. Yeah. When you pay attention, you learn more and you get a better insight on how things work, and then you know what to react to and what not to react to, and what you can do to make things better. And it is possible. That's what elections are about. That's what democracy is about. There's a way to fix shit. We just need enough people to register to vote and believe that their vote, that they have the power. It's their country. It's your power. You decide what happens inside of it, not somebody else. You can't buy it. Yeah, be vocal. Exactly.
Be vocal.
And you can't buy.
Your family members, talk to your friends, right?
And
discuss the policies that you support and like, right? Have those discussions on the smallest levels, so that way you're more convinced and you do more of your homework when you're actually voting, right? An informed voter is a dangerous voter.
Exactly.
And that's what they don't want.
Yep. And Elon Musk, he might have $1 trillion, but he only got one vote. So
there you go.
Yeah, so let's put this shit in perspective, All right, y'all. Well, appreciate it, Mike, as usual, man. Good to have you up, Mr. Brooklyn. Yeah. And I will catch everybody tomorrow. Same bat channel, same bat chime. Let's do it again. I appreciate y'all. Peace.
Have a good one, guys. Peace.
Fuck Trump. Let's get rid of him. Release the Epstein files. Do it today, man.
Don't forget the children. Tell them about the children. What about the children crying? Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen. Only this one love. We let the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying?
From your mom, your birth, pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts.
before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what you like. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it. Let it what? If you let it, let it. Let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it. Let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. On a mission to salvation, our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little loving that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. What? We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you from our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked, while we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna spit it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight. 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 If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation, cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt, cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home.
Everybody here, yeah.
Check it out. They don't know, kid. They don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie.
Take